Thank you. So please do turn off your cameras if you don't want to be seen in the recording. But the reason why we are recording these events is it's part of a bigger series of lectures that we also have, which I'll talk about in a minute. So essentially, the reason for this event is really to celebrate the work of the students. I started in my role here at Plymouth in July, and the first invitation I had to come on campus was from one of the presenters today. Sally Sutton reached out to me, and it was a really marvelous opportunity to understand the work that was going on in architecture and in the school more widely. And I thought this kind of event would be a terrific way for us to see the developments in that work, but also allow opportunities for questions and conversations about this really impressive body of work that's being built up by the PGR students. The event itself follows and is connected to a discourses series that we run. So the day's kind of schedule is essentially a sequence of presentations by students, which are around certain themes, as you have seen from the schedule. And at the end of the day at 3 o'clock, we have a talk from Professor Jeremy Till, which is part of the discourses series, but also aligned with the work that's being done here by this group. Jeremy was invited by the architecture PGR students, and I think a really marvelous choice of a speaker. And he'll be in conversation with us, but also responding to questions from the group who've presented earlier today. I'm going to be very quick, really, and just say thank you for joining us. It's a real delight. We'll be continuing this over the next years to celebrate the work being done. So I hope you can join us again for the next one that we organise. But before that, I wanted to just thank a few people. One is Ricky Burke, who is one of the PGR students who organised the whole event. So I'm very, very grateful to Ricky. In collaboration with the students, but Ricky booked the room, helped organise appointments, many things. And then I'd also like to thank Jane Grant, who she coordinates the postgraduate or PGR students at the postgraduate level for the faculty, and she'll be joining us later today. I'd also like to thank Dr. Sana Marani, who has supported the group before I came here, but also since. She's doing a really impressive body of work in the doctoral college, working with students in ADA, art, design and architecture. And also Catherine Willis, who has contributed and supported all the students during the processes here of developing their work. Before I introduce the next person that I'd also like to thank, I want to compliment all the PGR students on the work that they've done. I want to thank them for really working hard through what has been an unbelievably difficult time for us. And I really appreciate the ongoing work you do. I wish you the very best in your futures with this research, and I very much look forward to the day. I'm going to introduce Professor Bob Brown now, who's going to speak about the past and the future that we have ahead of us. Bob is not only a professor in architecture, in art, design and architecture as a school, but he also coordinates the master's program. And importantly for us here, he is the architecture representative for the postgraduate affairs in the faculty. So I wanted to welcome Professor Brown, but thank you very much, everyone. I really look forward to your presentations and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. All right, good morning. And just going to navigate my way through here.
The screen up there is the one that's shared, Bob. So that's the one that people that are coming to Zoom can see.
Okay.
So this one moves.
Right, thank you. And now I've got to find my thing on here. I assumed you put this in, but did you? Because I don't see the clip drive. All right, okay, great. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to pull this across to here. Great, thank you. Right, good morning, everybody. I'm going to get started. Apologies for the slight delay, technical difficulties, but we're now up and running. A couple of weeks ago, Ricky and his colleagues invited me to give a talk looking at history of research and the future of research. And I took that as history of research, notably related to the University of Plymouth, where it's been, where it's going. But then that got me thinking of my own experience of research and my own days as a student many years ago. So this talk is going to engage with that. I'm going to give you perhaps a bit further perspective of the past, going back about 40 years, and then come forward to today, but very quickly move on from that to look forward to the future and what is meant to be a bit of speculation about where we might be going. So I want to start this by quoting Bob Dylan here. Then you better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone, for the times they are a-changing. And in my involvement in architecture, architectural practice, architectural education, over 40 years, things have changed. And that's really the theme of this talk. And I found this picture yesterday, kind of looking around for images, and I thought this was rather suitable to put up in front of us, it referring to the European research infrastructures. Because about 5 or so years ago, this would have just been part of the normal part of the conversation. Now it's not. It's full of complexities about how we relate to Europe. Whatever your political persuasion, the landscape has changed for research because of some other act, notably political. And so we find ourselves in a much changed situation regarding research. And I think this is just reflective of the nature of things that have happened. So again, I want to jump back to about 40 years ago to help continue and put this talk in perspective. So my context for this, looking at research in architectural education, because that's my background, is to go back to where I studied, the University of Illinois, my alma mater. Ooh, all hail. Beautiful campus there in Midwestern United States. Once upon a time, it was ranked 56th in the world. That's pretty damn good going. I mean, that's really impressive. I have no idea how many universities there are in the world, but I have a pretty good hunch that being 56th is pretty high up there. That was its ranking in 2012. It has slipped a bit now, down to about 82nd because of various economic crises that have hit the US, and the tax dollars aren't there to support the university. So it's a bit of a changed situation, but it's only slipped down to about 82. But at one time, it was really way up there. Its most recent ranking as a school of architecture is 21st out of 508 schools in the US. I find the number 508 staggering, but being 21st is pretty good. It is a good school. And to put some things in further context, it's the home of Plato, not the Greek philosopher, but rather the first ever comprehensive online educational digital-based learning system was produced at the University of Illinois. Once upon a time, Plato was a big thing in terms of doing digital-based education, and it was developed at the University of Illinois. It provided online library access back in 1978. So this place is known for its involvement with computers. There are those that would argue University of Illinois was where the first internet was developed because they were doing work with the Army. I don't know if that's true. CERN will make a counterclaim. Albert Gore will say he invented it. Who knows? But it's got a strong history of computer science and education based around computers. So that's the school I was going to, extremely advanced. If we get to 1982, when I was in my second year of study, and we look at the state of education, it relied on something called punch cards, which is the photograph at the bottom. Now, you may or may not be familiar with this. I am not talking science fiction. It is a real thing. You typed an instruction into a card using some very bizarre language called BASIC or Fortran or COBOL or something else, which had nothing to do with the English language as I knew it. And so you had to type using some alternative language, and you would type an instruction like identify point A. And then this machine would punch a bunch of holes into a card. So now I've got point A. And then I would type in another instruction, type B. And then that machine would take a second card and put more holes into that. And then I would type in a third instruction, draw a line between point A and point B. And then the machine would produce a third card with a bunch of holes in it. And that's how I drew a line. Now, don't make a typing mistake because the whole system crashes. Hopefully there's no kind of hanging chads, little bits of paper that somehow didn't get punched properly, because if there are, the system crashes. This is my defense why I never learned computers. I just found this so ridiculous. It took forever. And this is at a university, as I've said, that was at the leading edge of computer science. So I looked at the whole thing saying, forget this. Now, aside from my kind of resistance to it, I look at the state of play now, 40 years later. It is just amazing what can be done on the computer and how quick students are to learn, how quickly they become adept at it. The things they can produce, we didn't even dream of back in 1982. So in the space of 40 years, things have moved along a lot. That may seem like a lot of time, but to me, I think it's actually pretty quick. And actually, the very first attempts at doing some things like computer modeling for architecture were being done in the mid-'80s at various institutions around the world. So what we know as BIM or building information modeling had its roots 35 years ago. It's come on quite quickly, and we just accept these now as things we take for granted in terms of how we work. I want to switch over, and I'm using that as a kind of frame of reference. Things have changed so dramatically and so quickly. And I want to take it over now to research and architectural education. When I was a student back at the University of Illinois, we knew PhD students existed, but we had no contact with them. They were some otherworldly force off with professors doing stuff. It didn't impact in any way on what we were doing in our studies. There'd be a filtering through once in a while if you're in a history and theory professor's seminar class where some of the things he was doing in terms of writing might filter through. But for most of the education we encountered, it had nothing to do with research. We were being, in effect, trained how to do a job, which was to be an architect, so that when we graduated, we could go out and do that. So when I arrived in practice, and the top photograph is kind of illustrative of that, though it's not an office I worked in, any research we did was just driven by necessity. It was a one-off, and it was very much action research. I need to learn how to do something. I better go research it so I can learn how to do it better, and then I will apply it to that. There was no sustained, systematic approach to research in the practices I worked at. And it might be easy to dismiss that by saying, oh, Bob, you just worked at some duff practices. Well, the guy I worked for in the States is a fellow of the American Institute of Architects, been recognized around the world for his design prowess. It was a leading practice. Didn't have computers up through the time I worked there in 1989, weren't present. And Then I came to the UK and worked for a firm named Levitt Bernstein, very well recognized, very much socially conscious, and engaged in a lot of work, seen as a very strong practice. Computers slowly work their way into that office. So it took a while for things to come in. And in the same way, it took a long time for the research to come in. We moved forward to 2011. Leon von Schaik from RMIT, and here quoted by James Sohn, saying, are we in fact professionals conforming to known prescribed norms of practice, or are we researchers in the modality of our domain whose findings lead to practice? What is proposed are schools as clusters of people who work together to advance a way of thinking about practice. So 30 years on from when I was a student, this was the kind of cutting edge in the way people were talking. And it probably had its foundations much before 2011. So things have shifted quite a bit where we're understanding that research is fundamental to practice, whether we're talking about computers, whether we're talking about architectural education, architectural practice, the way that we have to work is fundamentally grounded now in research. And that's evidenced by the new RIBA criteria that will apply from the coming year, where it has placed emphasis on the development of research skills. And while that was alluded to in the past, there is a real strong emphasis that's now been put in place. And the picture at the top here illustrates something of the way architectural practices and design studios and architectural education have looked. The picture at the bottom is perhaps slightly more illustrative. Gone is the mess, gone is all the stuff floating around. Everything's much cleaner, everything's digitized. You don't have pieces of paper sitting around, and it's moving more and more even away from that. So our notions of practice where we're cited have changed considerably as well. So where does this all take us, given my point that everything's changing? Well, I want to look to the future. In order to look to the future, I'm going to draw on a particular point of reference I hold to, which I like, but I also find it very useful to prompt consideration about the near or distant future, which is science fiction. And science fiction, I would argue, is appropriate because it provides a good lens on the contemporary situation. And I'm talking about good science fiction. I'm not talking about spaceships in space blowing up, but rather science fiction that examines the human condition. And a very good writer is Isaac Asimov, and in his book Foundation, there's a statement by one of the characters saying, the empire has always been a realm of colossal resources, but we, our little foundation, our singular world without metallic resources, we had to develop new techniques and new methods. And I think this is relevant in terms of the way that we have been used to thinking. Historically, certainly in the West, we thought big hospitals, big schools, big machines, big military presence. All of those institutions are changing. Hospitals are now shifting their thinking about having a much more of a hub and spoke model with dispersed activities. The military has moved away from the big is beautiful approach to being able to operate in a much smaller, much quicker way. Arguably, universities are beginning to think in this way as well. So really moving on from this kind of colossal approach, and what I'm curious about is what that might mean for the nature of research, where we start to become more fleet of foot, able to operate and move quite quickly, shifting our location, not tied to any specific situation or condition, but able to maneuver quite quickly between things. And what might that mean for the university if we start to operate in this way? Shifting again away from the notion of the big towards the small, the fleet, the foot, the agile. The other reference I want to bring up here is from Ready Player One. And near the end of the book, the main character makes a statement. I climbed into the chair and felt it adjust to fit the contour of my body. A robotic arm extended from the chair and slipped a brand new Oculus visor onto my face. I took a deep breath as the system logged me in. And so he's talking about a future, and in the book, it's actually not so much of a distant future, where virtual reality is taken over and people actually navigate on a daily basis and interact with each other through a virtual reality system. And there's a very strong interface between the computer and the body. And what's being talked about here is that kind of interface, much closer connection. And for me, this kind of reinforces the notion of will we be tied to any one place, or will we have adaptations that are connect to or literally embedded into our body that allow us to interface more quickly with things. There's already glasses that you can get which project things from the glasses onto the eye, or there's things on the eye or glass you can read. You don't need a computer screen. It's become much smaller. What other things will there be in terms of interface? Will we be able to interact directly with computers via our body and not necessarily having just to rely on our eyes? Or will I be able to log in and suddenly do a bit of research, say in China, even though I'm sitting here because I'm using some remote drone or kind of a virtual, struggling to remember the word, thing from Avatar. I guess my avatar. Well, I have an avatar walking around a place in China doing my research as I sit in the comfort of my home. Now, I don't know where this is going. I'm just curious about what's being speculated upon here in these texts. But I don't necessarily think it's that far-fetched. When I look at what's happened over the last 40 years, using computers as one example, looking at research, things have fundamentally changed. So in the space of 40 years, and even less than that, 30 years, we've seen a dramatic shift. So I'm curious what things are going to be like in 2050 and what we'll be able to do and how our thinking about research will adapt. Many thanks.
Carrying on and on, your supervisors will probably be attending this time. And also we need to. My supervisor said probably. We've got a slot for questions at the end of the two presentations, so those presentation, and questions. Okay, so we need to get your presentation on that. Or you can log in via Zoom and do it. You can just do it from Zoom on your laptop.
Morning, Adam.
Hi, Michael. You can see me, can you?
Yes, I can see you.
Oh, good. Okay, that means everybody can. Okay. Hi, everyone. There's a slight change in the schedule. There are some problems. Some people might not be able to see us because apparently the Virgin internet is down all over Plymouth. So let's hope some people can. Which is one of the reasons why we started a bit later. Instead, we're going to move the timing around, and Ademola will talk now, and Ricky Burke will talk this afternoon at 12:05. So that means our sessions are slightly mixed, but it does mean that most will follow at exactly the published time. It's the least disturbing way of doing it. So I'm going to quickly introduce Ademola Akinbami, who is at RDC2 stage of his PhD. His Director of Studies is Satish BK, and his other supervisors are Alba Fuertes and Rory Jones. The title of his PhD is Effects of Daylight on Health and Productivity of Healthcare Personnel in Different Climatic Zones. Let's hope we can switch over to Ademola's presentation now. Yeah, sorry, seems the internet connection is being problematic for us here as well. Preventing Ademola from switching over. Has to be the day you're doing a conference that the entire Plymouth internet stops working. Do edgy run. Got that. Eight. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm hoping it'll be up again soon, but well, it's stopping us from connecting now. Apologies, everybody.
Good morning. Thank you all very much for joining us at this PhD Architecture Symposium 2021. My name is Ademola Akinbami. I'm a research student, the stage 2. My presentation is on the effect of daylight on health and productivity, the study of personnel's health and productivity in different climatic zones. I just hope that you're all keeping safe and enjoying a little more freedom as we see the lockdown coming off. Thank you. Permit me to quote from this. This from the scan, mention what size of the window do you have in your room. Room happens to be one of the biggest things we have around us. And what does that give us? It's an opportunity to have more of nature in. And as my supervisor always say, when I come with big things, I want to become everything in PhD. So look, all you need is a little And I see, and I found that in what Neil Armstrong said. He says, one step for man, a giant step for mankind. If we can have more of sunshine, a little more at a time. And I found again in one of the scriptures that's favorite for me, line upon line, line upon line, a little here, a little there. I hope at the end of this, we'll come to see more what I'm trying to talk about. At the present, the world is grappling with the challenge of COVID-19 outbreak. Healthcare environment becomes the spotlight and the personnel there. It's important to know that very productive and healthy personnel are the one that is going to give us and the patients the care they so desire. If we begin to look at daylight as a permanent light source, we're getting at having and presenting an indoor environment that will be able to give us what we need in terms of productivity. Of course, there might not be an easy link in terms of trying to identify a particular factor like daylight and how it's going to improve productivity. But I want to believe that if we begin to look at this in the right direction, we will be able to begin to look at way of designing healthcare facilities that will give us what we need in time. The background. Studies have shown that daylight improves productivity. Study in the healthcare environment talks about comfort, productivity. What I want to look at, what the study is looking at, is to see how we can measure this daylight and establish a relation between productivity and daylight itself. Going through the literature, one of the things that we do is to search through the keywords. The keywords that were prevalent were personnel productivity, healthcare facilities, daylight, and indoor environment. The emphasis was on daylight and personnel productivity. Of course, I searched relevant literature and journals and came up with this daylight with the following headings, about 4 of them: daylight in a built environment, in healthcare environment, productivity, and different climatic zones. The study aims to investigate the quality of daylight and its impact on the indoor lighting and the performance of occupants in healthcare facilities. The objective is to investigate the contemporary issues. That was done through the literature review. Second is to assess the impact of existing emerging and innovative daylighting strategies. That's being done through data collection. The last one will be while trying to analyze the data. The first thing is to look at daylight in the healthcare environment. And what are those things that influence daylight in healthcare environment? Air quality, ventilation, thermal comfort, noise, safety, daylight. Of course, in the built environment, generally, I divide 3 things: human needs, environment, and architecture. The human needs will see visibility, task performance, visual comfort, health and safety. The environment we're going to have, daylight is going to improve energy, and it's going to be a benefit even to the environment. In terms of architecture, of course, you know, when you have this room lit well, you talked about aesthetics, talk about composition of the environment itself, and general benefit of daylight. Look at daylight. It is free, it is unlimited. It creates ambience of well-being and visual comfort. The health benefits are many, including better school performance, accelerated patient recovery. It boosts vitamin D intake. It wards off seasonal depression. It releases dopamine for visual performance, which is very necessary for productivity. For the environment, artificial light reduction is engaged or enhanced. It lowers overall CO2 emission and carbon energy. Now, how to measure personal productivity measurement and a data collection. The literature review had highlighted some parameters which affect personal productivity. The literature suggests that survey questionnaire in terms of using subjective measurement and physical measurements are used jointly to collect data. This is what I'm using in this particular study. Using mixed method research approach, which I'm going to have physical measurement and then take survey questionnaire. The physical measurements I'm going to use deploying wireless connection device like data logger sensors, which will be connected to Professor Prof just mentioned the history of computer and how we get to this point. And now, before we used to use big instruments to measure data or to measure indoor environment, but now it's become so small and so non-invasive. In this instance, I'm going to use data sensors, which is going to be connected to monitoring device, which will gather the data and analyze the received data as well. To do this, to measure daylight, I discovered from the study that the electric lighting had to be switched off for that period. And we'll be using a grid of 1.5 by 3.5 M. And the measurement will take place because it's looking at productivity and performance. It will be at the table height, which is about 0.5 meter above the floor level. The measurement will be between 9 and 12 in the morning. And again, I'll take another one between 3 and 5, 3 and 6. And then average of that will be taken. A correspondence survey question will be answered within this period as well. It's possible to use both web-based and paper-based. Web-based will be using the university approved GSA online survey. Paper-based depends on the environment, whether they will be able to assess or will be busy at that point. So make a combination of the two to use. Data collection. The parameter to measure includes the illuminance level. That's the ambience of the room and at the desk, because I'm looking at performance and productivity. And of course, we'll be looking at glare index as well. The lighting, to measure the illuminance level, we'll be using lighting sensors, while the glare index, we use sensors and calculation at the same time. Personnel survey will be done through response from the respondents. Analyzing this study or the data collected, it's aimed to discuss daylight and productivity measurement to map personal perception towards daylight factors of the indoor environment. And the anticipated findings include that they will be able to establish different types of activities that require different lighting levels, how to maximize and utilize available natural daylight, now to incorporate daylight factor, glare index, and luminance value into daylight design. Importantly too, because I'm measuring across different climatic zones, such contextual factors of seasons, windows orientation, solar altitude, and time of day, as it impacts human behaviors, will be taken into cognizance. Conclusion, this study looks at personal comfort and productivity, analyzing daylight parameters that affect comfort and productivity of healthcare personnel, showing significant health benefits of daylight of both the physical and behavioral environment on personal comfort and productivity. Thank you. All right.
Yes, you could do that. Yeah. So.
Hi, yeah, I don't know if anyone can see me. Are we on unshare yet?
scouting to this window over here, where it says stop share box and right hand that one. That's it, that's his middle there.
That's this double screen I see. Yes, sorry. Very weird. Right, you should be able to see me now. Right,
Hi, Mike.
we're going to take some questions now. We'll take questions both for Ademola and also for Bob. And I will ask the first question of Ademola, which is there was a lot of detail in your study about what you're going to do, but you didn't say where you're going to do it.
Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you. This study is supposed to be across different climatic zones, but I'll be using United Kingdom and Nigeria to be precise. We compare these two different climatic zones. Nigeria happens to be in the tropic zone, while of course the United Kingdom is in temperate zone. I want to make a comparative study in this regard in terms of human behavior and in terms of human behavior to this environment, availability, the solar altitude, and all that. Thank you.
Hi, Ademola, thank you for that. What inspired the research?
Well, earlier on I mentioned that daylight is free, or natural light is free. And having read and seen that we all desire to have more sunlight, have more daylight, I felt, why do we spend so much in trying to lighten the environment when we can have it free? But the importance about the healthcare facility is, I feel, especially during this period that we are so much bothered and so much bogged down, is there anything we can use or can do to even improve or to help the NHS, as the case may be in the United Kingdom, or back where I come from, Nigeria? How can we help the personnel that are so overwhelmed? And I discovered that daylight can improve the performance and productivity. And I felt, well, why not give it a shot and see how it is? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, cool, thank you. Yeah, thanks, everyone. Got a question around productivity as the kind of human component that's being measured. So you can measure light, and you've got these gadgets that you're using to measure light. And that's great. The measuring the productivity, it feels to me like sometimes productivity is kind of the cousin of efficiency, which is often kind of difficult under more pressure to be more productive, to be more efficient, if you like. And when measuring productivity, I wonder if, well, I guess the question is, why measure productivity as the desired outcome for better healthcare environments, as opposed to, say, measuring something else, perceived, mental comfort or well-being or something else. So really, it's just a question about why that particular thing to measure in relation to daylight.
Yes, thank you so much. I feel that it is believed that workers that are comfortable with the work environment where they work are more likely to be more productive. Now, it's like a sum that if I'm okay, I'll be able to do my job better. If I'm healed, of course, there is no absenteeism will find its way in that place. But if I'm okay and my well-being is okay, my health is okay, then I'll be able to deliver the job. That's for me. It's like the end product in itself. It's a sum up of what happens to the personnel. If the personnel is not, for instance, we're here now, it's just because we're okay. It's because we feel good. If I am not, there's nothing I can do about that. So measuring productivity of the personnel, it's more for me as taking care of the health and any other measurement that we could probably have done, including the mental capacity. So that's why I just look at, of course, as you mentioned, so many other things that could have been measured, but I feel it's a sum up of everything happening around that personnel.
If I might just have one minor sort of reaction to that, which I think maybe is useful, is that, for instance, my local GP office, big became agglomerated within an enormous organisation in the name of productivity and efficiency. And now it's very difficult to say, get an appointment. So this is perhaps one way you could say, well, the GP's office is being more productive because they're turning over more things at once. But the reason that they're doing that is that some people just kind of get squeezed out. Maybe it's a bad analogy. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is, maybe there just needs to be some clarification around what elements of productivity get measured, so that this is truly about health rather than about, say, saving money or efficiency.
All right, I think I get
Just
that.
food for thought,
Yeah.
not a whole.
I think I get that. I think it's about health, not whether you're saving money or anything. Okay, that's fine.
Because often taking time with patients, anecdotally, patients say, yeah, it's really nice that someone's taken their time with me, they've kind of got to know me, they have a very personal approach. And this could be seen as kind of low productivity compared with, say,
Well, really, it's a subjective measurement I'm doing, really. But the measurement is not for the organization per se, but for the individual, right? It's targeted at the individual, that you are productive, not that you report yourself to be that, because it's a perceived one. It's your own report. It's self-reported productivity marks, not everything that has to do whether they're promoted or anything like that. How are you feeling? Are you good at yourself? Which I think for me is the most important thing. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Question from Burke here.
Thank you for the talk, much appreciated. Hope that's coming through in terms of sound quality. You're looking at the situation in the UK and Nigeria. I understand the value of that. What I'm curious about is whether any aspects of culture and cultural difference come into this. And I justify my question by looking at the people on this call. And while all are connected to the UK in terms of the postgraduate program, over half of them are from somewhere else or have spent considerable time somewhere else. And I wonder how much of cultural attitudes impacts upon people's response to daylight. Are there variations between one culture and the next, which might somehow inform your study?
Thank you. My supervisors are taking time to discuss this at length, and what you just raised is one of the issues that we've been looking at and been emphasized, that the culture, of course, through the study and the literature of culture play a part. And that's what I was looking about the analysis, and I was talking about it's putting this in context, the contextual nature of it. Is comparing and looking at what various culture and response behavior we impact and how do they perceive even their productivity in itself. So culture certainly come into play. And then in the questionnaire, which is self-reported, some of the things being asked has to do with the gender, has to do with the race or ethnicity. Because if I find out that and the research turned out to give me an indication that indeed this should affect, then of course that will be reflected therein. But in the meantime, the literature of the review had suggested that culture will certainly play a big part in that. It's now left to see that through the response.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions? Possibly some from out there?
Absolutely.
Michael, question from you.
Yes, Ademola, well done. Very nice presentation. Thank you very much. I had a question, not just about the amount of daylight that is clearly of value, but the extent to which people can control their environment. And this seems to be another factor in contributing to productivity and well-being. And I wondered if that had been fed into the way that you're doing the user research.
Thank you, Michael. And the measurements, if I go back to that, I mentioned that we part of what to be measured, there are two things to be measured: illuminance level at the desk level and the ambience itself. Also, I mentioned about the glare index. Of course, the glare is one of the major things that's been an issue with people when you talk about daylight. So you have reflection and glare. So definitely, that's part of what has been taken care of. We're looking at how can they control, how can they have more control over the environment, and how can we reduce glare. Those are some of the things that I'm going to look at. But part of the literature I've already shown, you can see that the blind at this space helps. And so many windows these days are being remote controlled. So it becomes a little easier for people to be able to have a control without so much stress. But of course, in a nutshell, what I'm saying is, yes, it's part of the study. Thank you.
Any more questions? No? Okay, we may draw to a close there. Unfortunately, it seems that the Virgin, I'll come round.
Sorry, Ademola. Thank you very much, Ademola.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
So yeah, sorry everybody. It does seem as if the Virgin outage is still carrying on to affect people. I think if we all agree, we might break here now and resume as planned at 10:30 for Michael's talk. So that's a break of about 25 minutes. Hopefully we'll chase up and find out how many more people are going on. So the change in program that results from this is that the talk for Ricky Burke, which was planned at 9:35, will in fact now be happening at 12:05 this afternoon following Shadab. So thank you everyone for now, and see you all again, and hopefully some more people at 10:30. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ademola.
So we're ready. I think we're now ready to start. I apologize for the slight delay and confusion. Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to be presenting today. At first sight, double design seems unlikely to work, as it's going against the trends, against the trend towards more commodification. But I hope to show that at least it's an idea worth looking at. One of my heroes is Wittgenstein. He only designed one house, but he designed the house with an attitude to designing everything. And this is a feeling that an intention that I share in the work that I'm trying to develop here. And this is, as will be quickly clear, this is very much an exploration of a concept rather than a demonstration of a completely comprehensive finished solution. But as Wittgenstein also said, if a question can be put at all, then it can also be answered. So the question is, what's the question? And this is fundamental to the work that I've been trying to do, and is very much the starting point for this exploration. These two books express the question: is it better that new buildings should be designed and built for their initial purpose only, to be killed off, demolished, abandoned, as soon as that purpose has run its course? Or should buildings be designed to last and be used productively well beyond that first use, so that architecture can serve more readily the changing needs of society over a much longer period? But is this really an either-or question? My argument here is that by dismantling the processes and assumptions that underpin what we now do, perhaps a reconciliation between these apparently conflicting policies could be found. And I have to say, to be objective, I have had to set aside 60 years of professional beliefs. For example, the belief that the only thing that matters is the client in front of me. The only thing that matters is a single use of building. The only thing that matters is handing over a building to a client and then forgetting about the project. I want to leave you today with a clear idea of what double design is and what it could do. In this overall diagram, I look at the context in which we all work, the experience that I've brought as an individual to the table, and the other contributions in the past, which are many and varied. We need also to recognize the barriers to implementation, but also the opportunities that present themselves very much along the lines that Bob has been outlining in terms of computer technology, and also to recognize the consequences of successful implementation of double design. Just a couple of extra words about the context. The environmental goals and sustainability have little to say about the nature of space itself. There is a concern for uncertainty, and this has arisen in my work directly from the case study of a building that I designed a long time ago and that I have had the opportunity to look at closely. There are, as we've all recognized, problems with environmental goals and with the whole concept of sustainability. So I've tried to go behind those to get it to not engage in the political divisiveness of environmental goals, but to look for more axiological origins of the values that we should be developing and using as our ultimate criteria. My first architectural project in 1964 was to design the science complex at Warwick University. We tried to design to accommodate growth and change. We ended up with an open lattice grid, like a mat. And recently I've been able to look at 50 years worth of building use in detail. And this very interesting exercise highlights how buildings have been designed and how they've had to respond to uncertainty. Doubt is not a pleasant condition, but certainty is an absurd one, said Voltaire. I like this. We find through this case study, we find that many things that we tried to do actually work, but building use and adaptation is affected by many unpredictable things. For example, the physics professor arrived and he demanded his own front door. You can't have your own front door if you are accommodating to a pattern of growth and change that has been preset. Changes in the way universities were financed midway through this 50-year period dramatically led to opportunistic growth. If you have a very large car manufacturer prepared to pay for and build a huge commercial research center in the middle of your university, you do not let Michael's grid stand in your way. I think we underestimate the extent to which buildings are in fact regularly reused. And this is an important factor building up to these ideas. And the spectrum of successfully reused buildings, as you all know, is so great that it would be wrong to rule out any new design with the benefit of double design being suitable for almost any future use. And Kincaid has asserted that it's no longer reasonable to assume that most new build stock will remain within its original class of used. This is just to reinforce the point that many buildings have been reused. But in a way, we're fixated on architecture as object. So we're not trained to think about the future of the buildings that we design. A brief note on my own experience, which has largely been in complicated institutional projects. And this has obviously been a significant influence in the work that I'm now doing. The themes that arise from that experience as a student, as an architect, as a planner, have led to this list of themes. I'll give you a trivial example. When I was a student, I visited the Alton estate in London, housing estate. The architect responsible for the Alton estate, who was working at the time for the London County Council, was very proud that he had managed to control the curtains on the outside of the building. So what he'd done is to say to himself, I am not going to allow the tenants to choose their own curtains that will be visible from the outside. I will choose the outer skin of those curtains so that I'm controlling the aesthetics from the outside, but I will allow the tenants to choose the inside fabric of the curtains. I remember thinking at the time, there's something wrong with this story. So consequently, where does the architect's responsibility stop becomes a theme in the rest of my career. Now we come to the big idea, and double design. Double design means use longevity as well as material longevity. And there are what I call operatic themes at work here. The theme of functional obsolescence, which is where an activity with which you start changes or needs to come to an end and is replaced by another activity, in parallel with the structural deterioration of buildings due to the natural impact of climate, lack of maintenance, lack of money, etc., and so on. So this means, in my formulation, designing a building from the start for multiple uses. Just to go back, designing from the start for multiple uses means one use after another. But I suppose it could also mean multiple uses at the same time. This diagram suggests how these themes influence from the very start the difference between two major strategies. The first I've described here as approach A is double design, which achieves use longevity and material longevity. Approach B is where an element would have a short life with using renewable materials. And this is really in deference to the arguments that I've had with my student colleagues, because Adam has always argued that buildings should be made out of cardboard. So approach B allows for the use of cardboard for Adam's renewable buildings. We'll come back to that. The way we import intelligence into the design process obviously needs to change with double design. And this sets the scene for that reset, in which really natural science feeds and supports the material longevity, while social science needs to support the use longevity. Now, it has to be acknowledged that there are no current incentives for clients, for custodians, to look beyond their immediate and known requirements when starting a new project. So this raises the question, of how you redefine the public interest to accommodate such a long-term goal. I also want to recognize that only what later eras can appropriate has a chance of survival. And the largely regressive impact of heritage as a theme underlying preservation and conservation seems to me very morally important and significant. As Lowenthal puts it, the world's most imposing monuments were built in a bad cause. And I have to confess to you, every time I visit a stately home or the National Trust, I now replay to myself Lowenthal's quote. The significance of space needs to be recognized. It has a contribution across the board in terms of environmental building performance criteria, in terms of physiological needs, psychological, sociological, and indeed economic. This work that I'm currently doing is about the quality, the nature of space. There's another volume to be done about the quantity of space, but how we assess the appropriateness of the space that is provided for particular sets of activities. But we need to recognize a potential conflict between minimizing space in order to save resources and increasing space in order to provide robustness and contingency. The reconciliation of this dilemma seems really quite likely to dominate spatial research for some time to come. There is a contrast between magazine architecture, put politely, and what is really needed. And this is expressed very well in this quote from Schmidt and Austin, who are working at Loughborough University along very similar themes to my own in terms of adaptation and flexibility. Now, if we are to move forward with the idea of double design, we have to find compatibilities between first uses and later uses. And the key factors that I've been looking at include floor loading, floor-to-floor heights, building depths, and means of escape. And I've tried to apply the highest common factor for each of these criteria. And from the start, it's obvious not everything is going to be compatible with everything else. But the question was and remains, is there a sufficient extent of compatibility to make the implementation of double design worthwhile? So these are complicated. I'll just run through them very quickly to give you an indication of the kind of analysis that I've been undertaking. In terms of floor-to-floor heights, I've examined how much spare or necessary in terms of additional height when you move from the first use to a later use. Again, in terms of spatial depth of buildings, comparing the initial conditions and judging whether that's compatible with a later subsequent use. Summarizing the outcome of those highest common factor analyses, and it's clear that in terms of an analysis based not on science, but on belligerent common sense, there are things that are readily reused, things that are possibly reused, and things that are really very difficult to reuse. And one needs to be realistic. We're now feeling a way in this diagram towards a process that is based upon using the planning system in this country, which starts with a separation of small projects from large projects, and then the application of double design is applied to groups of uses that indicate a degree of compatibility. What we then need to do is to show that making buildings last for a long time would actually deliver some of the advantages that we're hoping to achieve. And here I'm comparing a 25-year life factory with a 75-year life factory, and finding that in terms of life cycle costs, you're saving £16 million. So the compatibility matrices indicate by how much the adoption of the highest common factor will add to the initial cost. But there is some evidence to suggest that some of those extra costs will in any case be covered by having higher performance buildings. There's more work to be done here, of course there is. But it does seem to me that the extent to which these overlap, the extent to which you're paying, in any case, a little bit extra for high performance buildings should cover some degree of the extra needed to provide the extra compatibility. We come now to the process of implementation. And I've looked at three, but there are no doubt many others. There's a universal application in which double design would apply to all large buildings. There's a second application where an individual applicant, an individual client, would choose a selected sequence of uses, and he would get permission for that sequence of uses without needing to get planning consent each time there is a transition from one use to another. And third, every large building must be able to become housing. So looking very quickly at these sequences, this is the first, the universal application of double design, in which a lot of different buildings become a lot of other different buildings, become a lot of other different uses, become a lot of other different uses as time passes. Secondly, this is the entrepreneurial option, in which a smart individual client would be able to identify and demonstrate that he can achieve a change of use from A to B to C to D to E without him getting planning consent at each stage. And the third option, which in a way recognizes that there's always a shortage of housing, this says all large projects must be capable of becoming housing. Clearly, this is a fairly radical idea, and there will be barriers to its implementation. Some of them are listed here. Inertia, short-term financing, getting political consensus, the need to redefine public interest, capitalism itself, and tribal professional conflict. And I have in mind here the traditional conflicts between architects and facility managers, sometimes quantity surveyors, and sometimes others. However, there are also, and Bob has hinted at some of these in his introductory notes, there are opportunities because perhaps double design is an idea whose time has come, largely through design technology. And it seems to me that generative design and its further future sophistication and development has a lot to offer. I had originally intended to use some of the Autodesk advertisement, but I decided not to do that. Just to quote from Autodesk, generative design software helps you create many solutions simultaneously. That's enough. Now, despite the fact that Daniel Davis reckons generative design is doomed to fail, despite this, there are a lot of people developing software in this field. And I've just listed some of those at the bottom of this slide. This statement, I think, is a fundamental one to the success of implementation, because testing a design for multiple future uses, double design, is no different from testing alternative designs for the first use. This is an important and powerful statement. And incidentally, I worked in a country where the law required 6 alternative designs for all public projects. And working in that environment was an extremely interesting experience. This is Autodesk, this is an illustration of Autodesk's own office in Toronto. And I couldn't resist putting the optioneering word at the top, because it makes it sound like a new Olympic sport, which I'd look forward to. This again is the same Autodesk presentation, highlighting the various parameters that can be deployed for instantaneous testing. Now, all of this will have, if implemented, will have consequences. We will use less resources. We will produce less waste. By the way, 30% of European waste is construction-based. We will empower users to a greater extent than we do now. It will be easier to transition from one use to another, and we will, I hope, I'll talk about this in a moment, we will increase the democratization of space. There will be new opportunities for new professional roles, which I'll also talk about, and the separation of infrastructure from fit out provides the imagery for a new kind of architecture. The separation of long-lasting supporting shell infrastructure from the as long as needed interior fit-out packages for each successive use really will challenge the accepted wisdom of short-termism, and at the same time, it'll contribute to achieve important social goals. Perhaps approach A becomes the long life infrastructure, while approach B, Adam's cardboard buildings, becomes the short-term functional hub. Just a note on the democratization of space. In trying to improve the fit between future space needs and the future available space, double design will contribute to this increased fit. It may take some time, however, because new space is added at only about 4% every year, but every little helps. So I hope that we begin to glimpse here the beginnings of the reconciliation between the question, kill it off or reuse it forever, the question that we started with. And as Hannah Arendt pointed out, if the world is to contain a public space, it cannot be erected for one generation and planned for the living alone. It must transcend the lifespan of mortal men. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well done, Michael. Thank you for that. So just going to hand immediately over to Adam Guy now for the second presentation. I'll just set Adam up. Adam.
Hi there, everyone. So I'm going to try and say quite a lot in 20 minutes. So I'll be rushing through. And the overall view is in the way of tell them what you're going to say, tell them what you told them. It's really about the switchbacks of a PhD project, the ups and downs, the rescuing, the changing of concepts. overall, I'd like to say it shows what I've learned and where I've changed my position during the course of the project. And there is a punchline. Let's hope I get there. I'm going to use keys, I think. Okay. Right. That's not going to work, is it?
Use the up down.
Up down, is it? No.
Okay. Click on the slide in your screen in front of you, then you should be able to start down.
Okay, I just used the buttons at the bottom. Okay, so before I started my PhD, I had worked for 10 years in the Thames Estuary, and I had completely bought into the sustainability myth, I'm going to call it. The organisation I worked for was a champion of sustainability with no critical facility about the concept. Like many people working in the environmental sector, it was partnership based, and that meant that it had cross-sector involvement, including the governance, and was basically oriented towards consensus, which is the way of all environmental organizations these days. So it was nominally dialogically neutral, so a neutral broker. And the precepts of sustainability that were central to the organization and central to most restoration behavior are that there is a crisis of biodiversity and habitat loss. There is a lack of knowledge about sustainability and a lack of engagement. These are the barriers to rescuing the world. The solutions, particularly in the Thames Estuary, were large-scale construction-led restoration of habitat. More generally, restoration is perceived to be the solution to our problem, known in various ways as net gain or natural capital accumulation. Education was seen as the main thrust of activity, teach people to behave properly. And the way that was to be achieved is through partnership working. This is basically the paradigm of environmental engagement. Great. So this informed the problems where I started, really, which basically is why is not enough happening? You know, we've had 30 years of massive environmental degradation. Why is that? Sustainability purports to explain it. And the things that everyone says all the time, there's not enough money, there's not enough participation, there's not enough knowledge. Those are the three things you'll hear again and again. So the assumption that I started with was that the reason for this lack of engagement is that habitats and biodiversity are undervalued. So my literature work would focus on what's known as environmental values and environmental policy. For my field work, I was going to go to a local river and work with what are known in the trade as local stakeholders and work on local restoration projects. Obviously, you can't just march into a territory, you need a local gatekeeper organisation, and I was to work with the South Devon area of outstanding natural beauty. The AONBs and the national parks together legally manage to protect and enhance the natural beauty of a spread of 25% of England's land. So they're big players, they have big responsibilities. We'll come on to how that's working out. So my methodology initially was to go and talk to these people and do interviews. How I was to analyze these interviews, I had literally no idea. And the theory that I would work with was the kind of theory that is dominant in the environmental, let's call it the scientific literature, if you like, that river restoration is to be done, that somewhere involved in this is a set of complicated things called environmental values. These are basically from environmental economics, and there are hundreds of them, and thousands of papers I've read on various types of values. The summary I would say is that you can't really have value without people, so it's all about people, really. The policies that were emerging and that are emerging and becoming embedded are weird things that nobody really understands: ecosystem services, natural capital, and natural beauty. Very off-putting, very complicated. You basically, to understand the environment, you need to be a politician, an economist, a scientist, and possibly quite a good diplomat. So I'm going to skim through this, but my initial research question and sub-questions really are summarizing what I've just said, really. And the sub-questions really were effectively a kind of program of action for the research as conceived at the beginning, an imaginary world where everything would work. So I've kind of summarized my research question down to where I've ended up and taken out the complicated bits. And it's, what role do values play in translating policy into action in restoration projects? So unfortunately, you'll see River is slightly out of it. So fieldwork began, and what happened? So this is where the real world, if you can use the word real, theoretically, the world that I encountered didn't quite match my expectations, naive expectations, you could say. So the gatekeeper organization was comparatively unresponsive. My conclusion would be that they are preoccupied with education for sustainable development. So the huge amounts of resources are poured into getting school kids to pick up litter, showing people what a cherry tree is, explaining to people what they're doing wrong. They didn't really have much time to help me. They did put me in touch with some people, but really they are too busy and there weren't many of them. My interviews revealed kind of what everyone knows, really, that most people actually are mostly concerned with sense of place. I'm using the word emic etic there, which is a posh way of saying it's them and us. So their concerns were about people invading their space, really. And there's lots of stories that I will never be able to publish about things that go on. What I discovered, which was really surprising, is there is actually very little river restoration going on. There's pages and pages and papers and websites, but when you try and find actual restoration projects, there really aren't that many, and none at large scale, unless you look in the USA. So that was interesting, and that launched me on an avenue. Unsurprisingly, nobody, that's not just local people, I'm talking about actually people within agencies, people within government departments really understand what ecosystem services, natural capital are, and they tacitly agree that natural beauty is a term without meaning. So part of the work was looking at policy, and I've kind of picked out some key papers here because it has been a very busy time. There have been big changes. My supervisor asked me to take out the regime, the name of the regime we've been working under, but all of this is under the current, let's call it the current regime. And the ideology that underlies policy probably reflects that. So 2011 natural choice was the big game changer, many consequences, of which one was the publishing for the first time ever of a 25-year environment plan. One of the things that plan asked for was a review of the protected landscape. So remember, that's 25% of the land in England which is protected and enhanced. And the big game changer is the Agriculture Act, which basically takes away agricultural subsidies. That's a kind of post-Brexit kick coming to farmers. I've noticed basically that there has been a massive paradigm shift from, let's call it, scientific views about species and habitats to a worldview or a policy view that is dominated by environmental economics. Let's call it an economic view. And the solution to environmental problems, rather than the things that I said before, which is not enough money, not enough engagement, and not enough knowledge, are acknowledged, but they are to be solved through what are known as market mechanisms. So the market will solve these problems through various, and there's a long list of them, but I put down several there. Payments for ecosystem services, natural capital, the removal of what are known as perverse agricultural subsidies, and the introduction of something called the polluter pays principle. So if you mess up, you have to pay for it, which people don't at the moment. So what is actually going on here? So I would say that there is a sort of all-pervading discourse around restoration, whether it be natural beauty, ecosystems, biodiversity. The government policies are pretty much underlain with the views of somebody called Dieter Helm, who's quite famous and works for, or was sitting in the Natural Capital Committee, and also climate change. And the solution, the market solutions that he's effectively proposing are that we need to make lists of our stocks of natural capital. These are assets, and our flows of ecosystem services. These are the things that provide benefits or well-being. Polluters, those who disrupt the stocks or services, will pay into funds, the polluter pays, through some kind of taxation or fines or licenses to be able to pollute. And a restoration community of mostly privatized firms will bid for grants to perform environmental work. So what we're basically building here is a market, and every intervention, environmental restoration, will ultimately have a price, because when you bid for a grant, you basically put in a budget and say what you're going to do and how much it's going to cost. The grant is awarded on your cost benefit outcomes. So market solutions are what's known colloquially as the green economy. I think a strand through everything I'm saying is, if you look at the detail of these big nebulous phrases, you'll find that they break down into something quite different than what they sound like. So summarizing again, funds and bids, just explain that's detailed solution. Mitigating banking. So mitigation banking means that I want to destroy a stream, so I can buy a credit from a bank that has been created by somebody who built a stream somewhere. So somebody in Colorado, where they do a lot of stream restoration, banks credits. I might live in New York. I can go and trash an urban stream and buy a credit to offset it. So substitution and offsetting, which may be in a different place or a different kind. So is this really restoration, or is this really helping? So if you follow through this idiom of markets, you end up in the world of fictive capital, opportunism and speculation, and ultimately, do the outcomes of this process actually result in environmental enhancement? So just like everything else in our lives under a neoliberal order, every aspect of life becomes capitalized, becomes tradable, becomes a market. Nature becomes a commodity, value is market value. And this is to be achieved through a process of participation and engagement with what are labeled stakeholders. And ultimately the work will be delivered by an army of unpaid citizen scientists who are basically volunteers. So the next breakthrough really was discovering a method, and the method I discovered was discourse analysis. I don't know how much time I've got. Great, so I don't want to really spend a long time on this because it is really complicated, and this is a slide really for me, so I'll just headline it really. Essentially, the argument is that discourse is aimed to take over the space of thought really. So one discourse will, when meeting another discourse, will tend to try and monopolize that space, take over that space. And through a very complicated process, which I've linked down there, elements, nodes, contingent power grabs. It's very complicated, but I think the point to make really is that one discourse will basically make the other discourse unthinkable. And anything that remains, or the remnants remain in the other discourse, become marked as being unthinkable in the sense that they're criminalized, dirty, immoral. The process is actually not as simple as it seems. In saying what I am, I am unable to say what I am. I can only say what I'm not, and I'm not that terrible thing over there. So even the discourse that has one in the discursive space is not actually a thing, it's a not thing. That's the basic point really. And in case you think I'm talking in terms of binarisms, there's not just two of these things going on, there's hundreds. So it's the continual interplay. The reality is nothing is fixed, nothing you believe is true, and the will to truth is a political process rather than anything to do with facts. Facts are illusions, and they're temporary. So what is the outcome of this really? If you apply discourse analysis, but also Foucauldian approaches to archaeology and genealogy, to the word sustainability, to the term sustainability, look back at where it came from. And actually, let's call it environmental science here, but natural science really. Environment is the name for what natural science has become. developed at the same time as economics. They're both really the same thing. They both sort of developed around a myth, a metaphor for something called equilibrium. So the hidden hand of Adam Smith basically means that there is a thing called a market which has this optimal metaphoric equilibrium where prices will magically manage everything to the best for our outcomes. Ecology, termed 100 or so years later, originally in Greek meant household economics, so its derivation is quite clear. So the Foucauldian method says, don't kind of look at where a thing is, look at where it came from, and that will give you some clues. It has a historical trajectory. It's not a fact. It's a historical process. So 5 minutes to go. Oh my God. Oh, okay. So the clue really is that sustainable in the name, sustainable development. It's presented as two antagonistic approaches, but really it's not. They're the same thing, really. The two faces of the same thing. So when we have arguments about development versus an environment, we're really sort of lost in a tautological circle. I'm going to skip that one, other than to say that the big problem really is that a lot of people focus on values and less on valuation. So what I've said overall up to now really is that value is not a thing, it's a process really, it's made, mostly during the valuation process. So sustainability, bog off, buy one, get one free. What do you get when you buy sustainability? So by looking at policy, by looking at what's actually happening in the field, you can see that what sounds great actually may result in something very different. By purchasing this concept, you get some fellow travelers with it. So education for sustainable development has spammed the marketplace with plastic. We did a survey recently in Mauritius, and when people were asked, what do you think is the main pollutant? They said plastic. Well, this is an island ringed by hotel developments pouring sewage into the sea and runoff from roads. Plastic really isn't the problem, it's development. There is an obsession in policy, certainly with politicians, with what they call material actions, really. Boris goes on about 30% by 30 of the land will be protected. Government policies to plant 1 million trees grabs headlines. But what's actually happening really is that sustainability is part of a wider process really, where new expert claims are coming into being. So if science was challenged by its failure to protect the environment, new expert claims have come in, and they're built around these kind of economic ideas, which are incomprehensible to most of us, but sold through a kind of populism, you know, the idea that if you pick up some plastic, you'll save the world. And what's interesting is there's a thing called rewilding. The cult of rewilding is taking over now. And that's a kind of challenge in a way, really, because it kind of says, well, you people can't actually manage it. If you let nature do its own thing, it will be able to do it, as opposed to the government policy, which is to actively build nature recovery networks, although no one has quite decided what they are. But remember, this is the same circular argument that we had before between nature and development. It's we're going around in circles. So I would say, from my experience, really, that my focus, and I think if one were to make positive recommendations, which I'm very wary of doing, it's best not to consider what to measure, but better to consider who benefits and where. So it's a kind of an aspect thing, really. Who is positioning the argument and what are they expecting to get? So breakthrough number 3, I've got a couple of minutes to go through it, really, which is that the real field work I've done is a lot of actual projects, working with Natural England, several other projects. And my failure, if you like, in managing to get traction is actually part of a wider trope, if you like, really, that there really isn't that much interest in restoration. There seems to be, but there really isn't. There seems to be little interest from the bodies responsible they're all focused on chasing the available money, which at the moment is heritage lottery. Whether one takes the view that one should restore nature for its own sake or for economic gain, there's a certain major predication, which is that you need to measure it. You need to know where you're starting from, you need to know what an intervention does, and you need to know where you're going to. So some work that we're doing is pretty much working with protected landscapes, is pretty much proving that there really isn't much monitoring going on. And it was quite shocking whilst up in Erniesettle to find out that no one had done a water quality reading since 2013, and that the national parks data has not been collated collectively since 2013 either. So no one is actually monitoring. And if they are, they're not really telling us what's going on. Interestingly enough, almost the only way to find out what's going on in terms of monitoring is to make a freedom of information request from your own government. So what is actually happening? I'm going to finish with the parable of Echo and Narcissus. So Echo was cursed with being unable to start a sentence and could only repeat the last 3 words of somebody else's sentence. She fell hopelessly in love with Narcissus, but Narcissus really felt he was far too better for anybody else, far better than nobody was good enough for him. Until one day while he was out hunting, he caught sight of himself in a pool of water and thought, there's someone who's good enough for me at last, and fell hopelessly in love with himself. So Echo endlessly is unable to talk to Narcissus, and Narcissus endlessly is unable to pay any attention to anybody else, including Echo. And the consequence for both of them was that they withered away into nothing. Narcissus became a single flower, and Echo became the ripples of the wind on the water. So what is actually happening? I'm not sure that very much is happening. And just quickly, the references that I've used. So I've sort of divided them jokingly into friends and enemies, really. I've really learned a lot by engaging with the thing that I was critiquing most recently in the last 3 months. So I've poured through lots of books about sustainability and about natural capital. And it's quite clear where that's going or not going. Thank you.
So I'll speak super loud because I'm at the back of the room. Anyone on Zoom or in the room that wants to have a question, please raise your hand, or you can put it into the chat. And that's questions for Adam and for Michael. Michael, you still with us?
Yeah.
Michael, you need to unmute. Michael, you need to unmute.
Consider myself unmuted.
You are unmuted. Okay. And I'd like to say quickly, thank you. There's, I can see my supervisors are here. Thank you for coming.
Adam, I was going to use that opportunity to, so unfortunately, Michael, I wasn't able to attend your talk, so I can't ask you a question, I'm afraid, because I had a meeting before and I couldn't join in. So just a question for Adam. I know in your research question at the beginning, the river had become in brackets. So have you found that rivers, or you've got streams there, are still a site that helps you investigate your question, or have you moved? You've talked about sustainable development in a much broader terms. Although I was quite interested in your Narcissus and Echo example, there was a river. So
yeah, I do always try to come back to rivers. The problem is, let's be realistic about it. Rivers have been marginalised from policy because policy is focused on landscape. So after the Second World War, policy was basically focused on agricultural production, which has caused the problems we have, arguably. And rivers were turned into pieces of infrastructure to provide water for fields and to take poisoned water away. They're part of the built environment, not the natural environment. They were kind of disappeared from the picture, and in policy they are kind of still disappeared, really. So it's very hard to engage with them. I thought with my stakeholders, they'd be dying to talk about their rivers, but actually they want to talk about their dogs and you know, and in fact, when they talk about rivers, they only really talk about who should have access and who shouldn't. And these are the stories that I've had, you know, that they really want to ban everyone from their river, you know, because there are too many people poisoning my river or with their bodies, you know. So it's really hard to get anyone to actually stay on the content of a river. And I think rivers are, I'd be trite enough to say that, do rivers even exist, really? So yeah, I would love to work them back into my work, and I use as many examples as I can. A lot of the concepts that I've used have come through reading literature about rivers. Rivers are always good to go back to. So yes, it's always there. Where I'm focused on at the moment is on theory. So yeah, thank you.
Gia has a question in the room.
And once again, I'm sorry to have missed the first presentation, but so my question is directed at you, Adam. Thank you very much. I was wondering what you envisage doing once you've completed your PhD, and I wrote down, is it to develop a kind of influence as a policy advisor? And I wondered whether or not you'd reflected on this piece of work as to position yourself after you've done it. Because for me, that's actually quite an important thing to contemplate, whether or not it would be within university as research projects, or you see yourself being part of a discourse, you know, involvement with governmental change making. I think connected with that is, at one point I kind of wondered whether or not you were going to mention any of the people you were working, whose work you were building upon. And once we entered that territory, I felt enormous positivity in that you were taking this kind of philosophical positioning of understanding the problem in a very, very broad way. And I wonder whether or not it's, yeah, as you speak then of your experiences with interviewees, of looking very much at an immediate singular response to environmental issues to do with rivers, or anything very personal, whether or not this bigger, broader philosophical positioning frames or gives you greater capacity for discourse alteration, either in this PhD or after.
So I'll do that backwards.
Okay, good.
So, well, I'll top and tail it. Okay. So when I started my PhD, the dream PhD would have been to go to the Los Angeles River, which is the most modified river in the world. Also the river that is the most steep, and which is really most illustrative of all the things that I'm talking about. And it would have been a project much more about social rights, because rivers basically are dangerous and dirty and messy places. So that's where poor people get shoved. But if any of you watched any adverts recently, you will see the LA River in nearly every advert and every pop video. So it's hot property now. So those people are now being dispossessed. So start point and what next? Maybe a project around that I would like to do. In terms of the positivity, so that comes back to the earlier part really, which is about who I was talking to and who I'm working with. So I've worked for money, which means that I have written lots of positive things about sustainability because that's what they pay me to do. But I have also discovered lots of places where it's going wrong. So that work, which has been really uncomfortable for me, has actually been my main learning point, which is why I put it down as impact point 3. My real field work in the end has actually been doing stuff that's hard to do, really. And they don't really want to hear what I've got to say, so I won't really be working for them in the future, I don't think. Although there are ways of framing what you say. So it's been quite hard with Natural England, for example. And although we worked with Natural England for a separate project for the National Peat Strategy, and that was listened to. And the way you say what you have to say is helpful, but being critical of the term, even the terminology they use is not going to be helpful. And do I want to be an advisor that tells people how to do natural capital properly? No, but that is what they need. So I'm stepping back. So dream project, the positivity, who I worked with really, what to do. So this is a question people always ask me, what do you suggest? So I always say that a researcher's got 3 things to do. So your job is threefold. So you find out what's going on, then you find out what's really going on, and then you tell people what to do. So I'm quite good at point 2, I think. I can find out what's really going on, but I'm probably not a positive enough person to tell people what to do about it. So I think, you know, there's something about researchers kind of telling a story, but that again makes me feel uncomfortable because I'm casting myself as this sort of abstract expert who's not engaged. So I am uncomfortable about that. So I don't know how to answer the what next fully. I'd like to do another project where I can take what I've learned and start again, if you like, really. And I think there are places where that would be useful. I think the UK is mired in circular nothingness, unfortunately.
I just have 2 follow-on comments. I don't want to take up all the time, but one is, what are the avenues for making complaints about things that are problematic, that are received and engaged with? I think that's a really fundamental thing for you to think about. Yes. What are the avenues of doing that? So in my work I've done in architecture, I use academic publication as a way in which to do it. But there may be a whole range of other things for you in which the work is validated as something that is a marginalized voice requiring attention. And the second thing I wanted to say is I've only seen you present twice, and you are sometimes self-deprecating in your positioning of your knowledge or your contribution. And I wanted to ask if you could reflect on not doing that, because there's so much that you say that's so important and valuable, and you make a decision for somebody with a comment, and I don't necessarily feel that's helpful, because if you just let things float with people, they will engage with that material in the way that they absorb it. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention, perhaps with future presentations you might make about how just to let somebody float through and absorb and engage with your work. But I thoroughly enjoy it, and I really appreciate the changes you've made to it since I last saw you present. So thank you.
So first one, complaints. So under the neoliberal regime, complaints are made legally because essentially all land is owned, and the people who own it under market mechanisms are responsible for what is done and happens with it. The state withdraws responsibility, whether actively or by kind of ignoring the problem. So people are making legal claims. Now that's problematic. So back to my last statements about what the researcher does. Step 1, find out what's going on. Step 2, find out what's really going on and publish that. Yes, I would like to be able to do that. But even when I started, people said to me, oh, you're going to work with values, they'll never publish you. And also slightly worrying for me in terms of academia is that most of what I've worked with is from sort of a horizon of around 28 to 2012. And it seems to have gone off the boil really. And I think there's a reason for that, which I'm still not fully clear about really. But I think the linguistic turn is looked down upon now, the idea of constructivism, with the rise of new materialism and a sort of rebirth phenomenology. And they kind of look down on that constructivist position. It's being actively marginalized, I would say. So yes, the avenue of complaint, freedom of information, the media. George Monbiot does a good job, although he rants a bit. Academic publication, I would agree. There probably needs to be a resurgence of it. I've found nobody who's done a critical discourse analysis study of the current environmental policy. No one's used that methodology. It's old hat. So that is why I'm self-deprecating. I feel I'm on old ground. I feel theory may have moved on. I've given you a reason why I think that may be part of a shifting power grab. But it's mostly down to the fact that when you try and use a discourse and analytical theory or anything that involves constructivism, there are no facts, there is no real world. People are just instantly enraged. So when I try and discuss my views, people just go bananas. So I'm sort of pre-prepared for people to just be outraged at my assertions, really. Well, they're not absolute assertions. Obviously, there is a material world. Obviously, there are things that are commonly held to be facts and we operate as if they are. I take an aspirin when my head hurts. You know, I'm not saying all science is wrong, even though I'm saying all science is wrong. So I'm self-deprecating in, I suppose, a more discursive, colloquial situation, and I brought it into my academic position, and maybe I need to be braver and say, I'm right, even though there are no facts.
We better allow a question from Michael. Thanks, Adam. I think Bob had first hand up, and then we'll go to Zoe.
This is a question or comment, take it as you will, for both Michael and Adam. Thank you both for the talks. I want to begin with a couple of quotes that I think might apply here. The quotes aren't directed at you, either one of you, but rather it's about putting some things in context. The first one is from Robert Heinlein, who I believe suggested, never underestimate the power of human stupidity. And the second one is from the comedian George Carlin, who rephrased that to be, never underestimate the power of stupid people in large groups. And I feel like both of you, in your own way, unfortunately, are coming up against that. Listening to you, I understand the inherent or very explicit frustration coming through, and there's just some ludicrous things that you've highlighted. For me, the example on Adams is the discussion about the market. The market will solve problems. And then they're relying upon armies of unpaid volunteers. I'll keep to myself what I'm thinking, but it's just ludicrous. And then with Michael's, the reference to the professor who wanted his own private entry. I assume that was a he, because I think you said he was a he. Like that attitude, I want my own private entry. And I'm guessing this is the same person that probably resisted all other change. So that capacity, I think, in some of this, just to be incredibly selfish and the disregard for the other. And while I appreciate the frustration, I wonder if there's an alternative position to get on the rooftops and scream. And in your case, Adam, you said, well, there's some things that I can't publish. I'd actually say publish them. Maybe that's the whole point, to point out how stupid people are being. And in the same way with Michael's, just to go to a further extreme of just saying, come on, people, you're really being stupid. We cannot rely upon this big is beautiful approach anymore. We don't have the resources. I was just hearing this morning that there's a decision to cut funding of arts programs in universities, things like performance and theater by 50%. Why? Because we're too stupid to figure it out. And we've got our minds set on other things. And maybe we reached the point where people need to be told they're stupid. And with that, I'll kind of close with a comment or a kind of reference to a fantastic book by a writer named Amitav Ghosh. And the book is called The Great Derangement. And he's partly critical in it of the failure of the arts, notably literature, to speak up about climate change. But he's also highly critical of the human species in their capacity to continually delineate and then dump things on an other. And he talks about the idea that climate change is something that most people think happens to somebody else somewhere else. And I will get to continue to maintain my rather wonderful lifestyle. And I was just reading yesterday the history of ecology in the States and the rise of commercials in the late 60s, 1970s, calling for people to step up and campaign for kind of protection of the environment, stopping pollution. But underlying it was corporations like Coca-Cola who were trying to shift the blame of them and say, actually, it's the consumer's fault. And I think we just need to, think that the phrase is, if it's not inappropriate, apologies, if it is, to call a spade, a shovel is a shovel. Stupidity is stupidity. Not to shy away from it, but actually to come out, full force and say, this is stupid. You people that are being selfish because you want a place to walk your dog, get your head in order. You've got some bigger problems. And I feel like you're shying away from actually what is the main argument here. People stop being stupid. And I think to a certain degree, it's true of Michael's as well, that there's just incredible stupid behavior that's got us to these problems. And we need to kind of come out and say, this is stupid. Easy for me to say, but I feel like that's the crux of the problem here.
I've got a lot to say, but Michael hasn't had a chance to answer, so I can step back and let Michael step in there if you want, Michael.
My difficulty here is that I think Bob has had his sound muted, so I haven't been able to hear much of that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Back to me then. You want to go ahead, Michael, anyway. So, I mean, I'll summarize for you. So basically, Bob effectively said that never underestimate how stupid people are, particularly people in groups, that certain assertions of policy like relying on volunteers is a ludicrous, is it a ludicrous assertion that we made, or a ludicrous approach?
People saying it's all about
so it's a ludicrous. Many of the policy proposals are ludicrous, and that there is a selfish disregard for others, and alternative positions, which is a kind of hegemonic dominance by I'm guessing you meant the state there, really, or those in power.
Yeah.
There were comments about the fact that if you come across really particularly ludicrous things, there's a shyness around making them public, which Bob thinks we should be less shy about, really, and that there is a process of blame shifting going on, and it needs to be called out, and people need to be told they're being stupid. So that's basically the summary of the question. Michael, over to you.
No, I still haven't got what Bob was saying about my presentation, because Bob still has his mute on.
Yeah, well, I'll come up here. I have my mute on because as soon as I turn it on, we get a feedback, and you don't want that. With your presentation, while it applies to Adam, it also applies to yours, and that's what I was trying to suggest. And as an example, the ludicrousness of the professor that wanted a private entry.
Oh, yes.
Probably the same professor that was resisting other change. I want mine. I don't care about you, or actually I'm going to stop you from having yours. And a particular point of reference that I found very valuable is a book by an Indian writer named Amitav Ghosh. And the book is called The Great Derangement. And he critiques greater society, particularly the West, but global as well, for its failure to address climate change. He calls out literature in particular, and the arts more generally, for not really addressing it enough. And that capacity of people to say, well, climate change is something that happens to somebody else, somewhere else. And this very diluted sense of, well, we can kind of keep on living our rather comfortable bourgeois life, and actually we need to face up to the reality. And what I was trying to suggest, maybe with I think some of the inherent frustration that both of you are feeling, given the ludicrous situation that you're coming up against, it is, rather than be shy or polite about it, maybe it's time to just say you're being stupid. which I think is what Amitav Ghosh's book does in a very eloquent way. He doesn't say, people, you're being stupid, but really what he is doing is saying, you're being stupid. And he's calling for change in the context of highlighting that. And maybe what's needed is in both of your works to be more explicit about highlighting just how stupid this behavior is. And in the context of yours, Michael, sorry for everybody else who's hearing this again, in the context of yours, Michael, this assumption that we can carry on building the way we have because we don't have the resources anymore. And I was highlighting the thing I heard on the news this morning about the government going to cut funding for university education in the arts, notably theater and performance. Why? Because we can't figure it out. And we're making other stupid decisions, and then we cut things that are very valuable. So again, I was just kind of highlighting, maybe what you need to do is be more explicit about identifying things that just literally are stupid and not be shy about it.
Do you want to comment, Michael?
Yes, let me try to respond to that, because I think the story of the professor of physics at Warwick who demanded his own front door is actually very interesting, because as we as architects finished our work, we left the site. So there was nobody there on the campus, if you like, championing the ideas that we had embedded in those first designs. I'm not saying at all that if we had been there, we would have persuaded the professor of physics to accept the pattern of growth that we had set out in our grid. But at least there would have been an argument, a discussion, in a way representing the interest of the campus in the future, rather than simply rolling over and saying, okay, new professor of physics, we must give him what he wants. The truth is that he got what he wanted, but his building was connected to the grid. It just wasn't connected on every floor. So it was a kind of very English sort of compromise, in fact. But I'm trying to link this story to the idea that with double design, you would have the possibility of different and expanded architectural responsibilities during the use of a building, and not relinquishing all interest when the building is handed over. So I'm very grateful for Bob for raising that kind of question, because it helps to make that case.
Okay, great. Thanks, Michael. Ricky here again. I think we need to wrap it up because we have another session due to start. So I know Zoe sent in another question that was directed to you, Michael. Maybe you could reply to Zoe and start a conversation there outside of our timetable, if that's okay.
I will do that. I've read Zoe's question. It's a very good one, and I will try to respond.
Excellent.
In due time. Yeah.
Well done to everybody. I think we need to take 5 minutes or so that people can prepare for the next session. So in around 5 minutes time, we'll begin, and that will be Shadab and I presenting our projects. So see you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, hello everyone, welcome back to our third session this morning. Hopefully the internet's working for everyone else out there. So we've got two talks here. I'll introduce them both now. So first speaker is Shadab Bahreini, who is supervised by the same people as me, in fact, actually, which is Catherine and Alessandro. Catherine Willis, Alex Origi. Her talk is, which you probably can see on the screen at the moment, Smart Public Transport and Quality of Life in Large Cities, the Shaping of International Cases and Lessons for Development in Tehran, in Iran. And the second talk will be from Ricky Burke, who is supervised by Alejandro Velith Reyes as Director of Studies, with Mike Phillips and Chris Benowitz and his talk will be on a grounded theory of socio-spatial relationships in the design of residential care homes for people with dementia diagnoses. So I'll hand over to Shadab now, which I do by hitting, what was it again? Mute.
Hello, everyone. Oh, you unmuted there?
Sorry, everybody.
Hello, it's okay. Hello, everyone. I'm so pleased to have a presentation here today. My name is Shadab, and I'm in my second year of my PhD in built environments. And I've just passed my RDC2, the confirmation of road, and that means I'm in the first steps of my PhD. And my thesis title is Smart Public Transport and Quality of Life in Large Cities, the Shaping of International Cases and Lessons for Development in Tehran, which is the capital city of Iran. The research problem is the urban population is growing so fast, and it increases the demand for transport services, and it will cause an easy way. An easy way to meet this increased demand is increase in supply, and which will result in some undesirable effects such as traffic congestion, air pollution, high energy consumption, waste of the time, and decline in the quality of life of citizens. And this has led the decision makers to implement smart technologies in public transport and use policies to encourage people to use more public transport. The main research question is what policies and strategies are required for applying smart in the public transport system of Tehran to make improvements in the quality of life of its citizens. And to make this question answerable and expanded, I defined some operational questions. The first one is, how do the cities shape their smart public transport system? The second one is how citizens feel about smart public transport system and their quality of life. And the third one is what can be learned by comparing the shaping of smart public transport systems and the user's perspective. I focused on some terms, and the first one is quality of life, because if we want to improve the quality of life of people, first we should measure it. And there is no universally accepted measurement or definition for quality of life, but there are some research that have defined some factors to measure the quality of life. Some of them are based on physical well-being, some of them are based on mental well-being, but what's universally accepted is quality of life isn't just an objective item, it's both objective and subjective, and if we want to measure it, we should consider both of these aspects of quality of life. The objective conditions are generally measured by continuing the occurrences of a given phenomenon, and subjective evaluations are usually based on asking individuals about their perceptions, feelings, and responses. Another term that I face is quality of urban life. Quality of urban life, which because we live in cities, and if we want to measure the quality of life of people who live in cities, we face different factors for measuring quality of life, and there are some other factors like we can see in some research that transportation and the quality of public services are important to measuring the quality of urban life. And the question is, where do quality of life and transport intersect, and what are the common indicators of them? A passenger will not value their experience on public transport only by the cost of the journey or how safe they feel. A much wider range of issues need to be considered for that. And some research have, several organizations have produced sustainable transport indicators for quality of life. And for example, some research developed frameworks. One research developed a framework which connects between transportation and quality of life in 4 dimensions, which is physical, mental, social, and economic well-being. And there are some different research like this with different dimensions for considering the intersect of quality of life and the transportation. Another term is smart city and smart public transport. Smart city is a combination of 6 different dimensions, which are smart people, smart living, smart economy, smart mobility, smart environment, and smart governance. Smart public transport system provide an effective and reliable public transportation system, which is simple, attractive, and user-friendly. These systems provide different information services for passengers to facilitate their journey, and they can increase the efficiency and reliability of the systems, increase the comfort of the commuters, and help to promote sustainability and safety policies. I try to define smart public transport quality of life framework, because without a proper concept of how public transport is related to quality of life, it's difficult to determine if a public transport system is becoming smarter and effective for quality of life, and what should be done to make it smarter and make it more effective for quality of life. The smart public transport quality of life framework is based on 3 main field domains, which are personal, environmental, and socioeconomic. And for example, the personal is divided to physical and mental, and physical has quality, safety, availability, accessibility, and reliability. And I defined this in some tables. You can see one of them here. For example, in physical, I try to measure each factor with headline indicators and with indicator measures, and I divided the indicator measures to 2 parts, which are internal and true. Internal means the objective aspect of that, and true means the subjective aspect of that. For example, if we want to know about the quality, we have waiting space quality and trip quality. And for trip quality, we should know about some factors like seat availability, temperature on board, and next station alarm, and some other factors. But if we want to know the experience of people about that, the users should rate these items and tell about their experience when they are commuting by public transport. And there are some other factors for socioeconomic and environmental aspects. We can see that there are lots of factors to be measured, and it's not possible in one PhD to measure all of the factors for the quality of life related public transport. And the aim of this research is not to measure all the indicators in the framework, but it is investigating the different approaches in smart projects in public transport systems in the cities, and defining how the cities are covering these indicators of the framework and what are their priorities for public transport system. I try to define a method to do that. And I used a mixed method and divided it to 3 phases. The first phase is a desk-based study, and it's in 5 cities, the cities are Singapore, New York, Tehran, London, and Moscow. And to know what policies, what have the cities done to shape their smart public transport and what policies are behind these attempts. And these cities are chosen and selected by different criterion. For example, the size of the cities and their population density, and the economic development level of them. And for the next step, a case study will be done in Tehran and London, because an in-depth study needs to be done in them, and a strategy. And the third phase in strategy is a strategy and policy making. In the desk-based study, some questions need to be answered and some information need to be collected. And there are national and regional local policies, aims, and agendas which influence the public transport. And the second one is smart public transport initiatives and relevant social groups in each city. And the third one is aims and objectives of smart public transport projects. And the fourth one is the city's priorities in smart public transport. And the case study will be done by documentation, archival records, interview, and observation. And I drew a diagram to know how I want to do this research. The smart public transport is experienced by citizens, but citizens do not decide about that and do not design them. The governments decide about that public transport, and the companies design them and sell them as products to the governments. So I divided the levels to two levels. The first one is I called it institutional level, which means the governments, the stakeholders, companies, or and agencies. And the second level is users level. And I want to know what in the institutional level, what approach and aims are there. And for users level, I want to know what they perceive from smart public transport in the cities. And the smart public transport quality of life framework is in the center. And in this phase, I want to know what boxes do the institutional level tick, and what do people and users perceive from smart public transport. And with the comparison between them, I want to know the convergences and divergences, what factors are important in both levels, which is convergences, and what factors are important just in institutional level or just in users level, and they are not considered in the institutional level. And these divergences will result in improvements in smart public transport of the cities. I started to study because it's one of the smartest cities in the world, and it has one of the smartest public transportation. And the transportation in Singapore is mainly land-based, and it's mainly rail-based, MRT and LRT, mass rapid transit and light rapid transit. And there are some economic policies and environmental policies which encourage people to use and commute with public transport. And I tried to find what technologies are applied in different modes of public transport in Singapore, in LRT, MRT, buses, even in taxis and bike sharing. And you can see some of a part of the table here, and what technologies have full coverage or in trial phase, or they are in partial coverage, to know the priorities of the city. And I did it in safety and availability and some other field domains in that framework. And I noticed that the Singapore's measures in smart public transport is discourage personal vehicle use, encourage public transport commuting, especially to access to central business district, and implementing financial policies to increase the affordability, implementing smart technologies in public transport systems to improve the quality of life. And Singapore's priority in public transport system is implementing smart technologies in MRT because it has the most coverage in the city, and increasing safety and security in public transport. And the current stage that I'm at with doing the pilot study in Singapore, I noticed that some information can be found in the desk-based study, and some information needs a deeper research in case study. For example, the information that could be found in a case desk-based study are the internal indicators of smart public transport quality of life, smart projects which are defined in the physical domain, and policies in economic and environmental domains. But some information need deeper research in the case study phase. For example, the true measures of the smart public transport quality of life, because they need to, the users' opinions should be collected in this phase, and the effects of smart projects on mental and social domain, and the city's achievements and evaluation of the result. And for the next stage, I'm preparing a closed questionnaire for interviewing the public transport users, and an open questionnaire for interviewing the stakeholders and the institutional level, and in investigating the public transport users and stakeholders in Tehran and London to collect the data from them and have interview with them, hopefully after the COVID restrictions. Thank you for your time and attention.
Right, I'm hoping you can hear me now. I'm just going to hand over to Ricky, and then we'll take questions on both speakers after Ricky's presentation.
Cool. Thanks, Adam. I'm just going to get set up here. Just be a moment. Okay, stop. Okay. Okay, so my presentation is on something unrelated to smart technologies. We had a bit of a shift because one of the presenters didn't turn up today. Just going to do that. There we go. Okay, 20 minutes goes by quite quickly, so I'm going to try and give a brisk run through of the research context, design, and emergent theory for the work that I've done so far. And while I'm in the writing up here, this is still a work in progress, and some threads of the discussion are still being untangled. And in fact, when things appear to be disentangled is usually when it gets kind of stagnant, and the moments of overlap and intertwining are often the most creative and insightful, so I found. So by no means is this a completed piece of work, but one in progress. And before I get into it, I think it's worth to give you a bit of background information. I'm an architect and a former care support worker. And as a care support worker, I've worked with people with in quite a few homes. And as an architect, I've been involved in the design and adaptation of care space. And through designing and working in these environments, I became convinced that the physical and social and personal life of the home were not distinct, but parts of the same thing. And as an architect, I'm struck by the simplistic approach pushed by developers of care space and feel we could do better. So this is the motivation for the study. So I became convinced quite early on that spatial conditions can enhance, facilitate, or support personal and social freedoms as much as they can obstruct, subdue, or undermine them. And throughout my work as an architect, student, and teacher, I've been concerned with the social role of design, space, and matter. So the project that I'm presenting to you today is a grounded theory exploration of social spatial relationships in the design of residential care homes for people with a dementia diagnosis. Now, the real and projected growth in dementia diagnosis is on the increase, and a broad strategy is to build our way out of the growing care problem by ghettoizing our aging and vulnerable populations into residential care settings. Lots of residential care homes are being built and adapted from existing residences, and lots of people are going to live in these homes. Now, while models of personal-centered care are generally normalized in residential care practice, the dominant focus in building design guidance and research from instructional bodies and academics views the physical environment as a therapeutic treatment to counter behavioral and mechanical difficulties caused by the symptoms of living with dementia. And studies from this perspective tend to problematize resident difficulties and seek solutions to symptomatic challenges from mechanical and ergonomic perspectives, which limits their scope to explore the relationship between more structural architectural concepts and residents' well-being. And research questions and methods from many of these studies are thus kind of framed within, according to the predetermined priorities of external observers, with the constraints of which constrains the scope of the inquiry by invisibilizing participants, the participation of residents in shaping methodological and theoretical research practices surrounding their own spatial experiences. And these mechanically therapeutic notions underpin the bulk of the recommendations and accreditation in our design guidance. Now, this piecemeal prioritization of medical and behavioral approaches in industry guidelines has led to the manifestation of a consistent dominant typology, which consists of centralized home care facilities and common spaces, from or between which span internal corridors that serve cellular private spaces, often with rectangular footprints and ensuite bathrooms and the like. And this ubiquitous solution based on bodily mechanics and efficiency leaves the fundamentals of market default space material considerations generally unchallenged. And instead, what we generally see is variants of these kinds of spaces, spaces of capital covered with decorative and technological veneers that appeal to home-like aesthetics and concerns for health and safety, but not generally recognized as pleasant or enriching home environments. And I started playing a game early on in this in this study called Care Home or Prison. And prisons have been my other design preoccupation since my undergraduate years, where I asked people to tell me which plan or image is a care home and which is a prison. And there's not a lot of time for that now, but the point is that we can compare the similarities in the architecture of each typology, where safety, surveillance, and mechanical existence are dominant design concerns. And here we can note the similarities in form and spatial sequence of the care home on the left and the prison on the right. And it's worth noting that the photo on the left is from a building that was awarded the highest commendation from a leading dementia design accreditation body. And we can infer here that space and matter are presented separate to social life rather than constituent to it in the home, since the environment reflects little beyond the basic organizational principles, at least from a structural perspective. So the growing complementary position acknowledges that the environment is integral to the social and personal well-being of inhabitants. And growing literature calls for an emphasis on support for positive experiential qualities and the complexities of resident life. However, recommendations for personally and socially supportive environments are generally framed in a vague dichotomy between institutional and home-like aesthetics, or as aspirational qualities without grounding in examples of spatial material configurations. So here on the left, very briefly to contextualize, this is a study by Martin Burke, who sought to ground spatial material characteristics on a continuum of support or restriction and highlighted some really relevant spatially supported characteristics. But these remained within the remit of the floor plan and were purely reflective, not kind of casting of future possible alternatives. And they were based on predefined audit criteria rather than the views of residents. And on the right-hand side is just a snapshot of the study by Akinbami, which involved collaborative redesign and evaluation of a supportive flat in the Netherlands, which through experimentation casted possible supportive environments, bringing the collective aspirational qualities of background studies under kind of occupational scrutiny through design methods. This is great, but as a standalone flat, there was no scope to explore more structural relationships between the physical and social environments at a larger scale, nor the thresholds or sequences between spaces in a multi-resident home. So I designed a study, or a study was designed to sit at the intersection of architectural research and participatory design methods, aiming to address the gap in the understanding of connections between the design of the physical environment and the fulfillment, restriction, and potential of residents' sociability and self-determination in shared specialist residential care homes. The diagram here conceptualizes the phases of the research from project design through understanding the research context to the application of fieldwork methods with participants in residential care settings. And the two-part application of methods reflects the designerly inquiry, which began with ethnographic methods to develop insights into residents' understanding of the relationship between the physical and social aspects of their home, and then moved to a more projective inquiry. This was key because participants' insights contained both reactions to their lived experience and suggestive alternatives and aspirations grounded in memory and imagination. And the second phase of the inquiry used virtual environments as visual metaphors to better explore participants' collective aspirations and incorporated designerly methods into the ethnographic exploration. So phase one of the fieldwork was conducted in 2 medium-sized residential care homes for people with a dementia diagnosis, 1 purpose-built and 1 adapted residence. And given the critical nature of the inquiry, which inevitably points out flaws and shortcomings in the fieldwork settings, that is the homes, as a condition of participating in the fieldwork, partnering care homes requested not to have any information revealing their identity disclosed. So I unfortunately wasn't able to use film or photograph or even the names of the homes. Those things have to be kept confidential. So I've opted to use scanned field note sketches, the sketches that I made while in the field to illustrate points throughout the presentation. So ethnographic methods involved interview of residents, their care support workers and families. And in addition, interactions in the form of participant and non-participant observations with large sections of the household were undertaken over extended periods. And observations generally began passively, and as emergent insights or moments of interest arose, I became more included in the life of the home. Sketches were the primary means of recording socio-spatial relationships in interactions, and were followed up with notes and memos of the day's interactions later on. So we're looking to construct a paper, I say we, me and my supervisors, construct a paper on the sensitive application of ethnographic methods with people with cognitive difficulties, as there's a great deal of researcher adaptation and sensitivity, particularly in interviews. And a couple of key reflections, just to give you an insight, are that while interviews followed a loose structure, kind of outlined here, there was a lot of explication to burrow into the ideas, retreading descriptions and asking for more detail. Who were you with? What were you doing? Tell me about the room and so on, these sorts of things. And this served a couple of purposes, both to build a clearer picture of the mental image participants were trying to communicate and to keep the participants on track, since there's a tendency for people with cognitive difficulties to wander. So retreading ground is a really good way of kind of building that conversation. But rather than correcting or rerouting conversation when wanderings appear, the more fruitful option, and the one that's more sensitive to residents' feelings, is to kind of wander off topic with them. And as your trains of thought realign, sometimes the information is actually quite relevant. It didn't seem so at first. Or I would reintroduce relevant points of discussion and try and bring lines of questioning back into the focus of the study. And this can be quite quick, or often it can require kind of suspension of the interview until a later point if the conversation continued to drift. And that's a diagram trying to illustrate that point. You have to kind of move with them. We are back. Okay, so in line with the grounded theory tradition, insights from interactions were coded simultaneously with the interactions. And this allows for what is a mess of information at first to guide future lines of inquiry as codes emerge and clusters of interest appear. So as methods progressed and insights became concepts of understanding, interview questions became more pointed and participants were selectively sampled to elaborate upon emergent concepts. This is known as the constant comparison method, and actually worked very well in this context, as moments of drift and long periods of observation between interviews allowed for a great deal of time to reflect and refine questions around the emerging codes concepts. This process involves a lot of memos, interview and field notes, post-its, sketches, and gradually the mess becomes structured as concepts are refined, merged and morphed through this constant comparison. So the designerly inquiry entailed spatializing emergent concepts into supported configurations, and these evolved through different forms of interaction, culminating in interactive explorations of design space. And particularly due to COVID restrictions, getting into care homes has become nigh on impossible. And so fieldwork methods had to shift to develop a remote way to explore spatialized supportive characteristics. And these virtual spaces were designed not as perfect or completed design scenarios, but as spatial embodiments of emergent theoretical concepts intended to kind of further explicate understandings of the relationship between residents' social and physical environments. And this is a Sketchfab interface. This was used to host virtual environments, and the nodes that you can see as little numbers here, they're used to mark points of interest in the navigation of the home. And this is an ongoing process, and participants are remotely guided through the home. And concepts from earlier ethnographic discussions are introduced with more exploratory gaze to make comparison between physically experienced and projected spaces. And these nodes, as much as I've kept it simple here, they can be opened, and they contain information, and they reveal textual and graphic information at any point that relates back to the theoretical concepts as they were defined and emergent earlier. And as these designerly interactions progressed, these spaces changed and they grew in a more designerly fashion. And these interactions were also coded and developed in much the same way as earlier ethnographic explorations. So through interview, through discussion, the codes and concepts were evolved. So a grounded theory model was developed in effort to kind of frame the work undertaken and explain what was learned through this fieldwork. And the theory model is first framed in terms of embodied spatial characteristics. This is how the socio-spatial relationships are experienced in the daily life of the care home, and is conceptualized through liminalities, affordances, and enablement. And secondly, in processual discrepancies, framing tensions between participant experiences and the manifestation of the environment. And here it is suggested that residents' collective spatial ideology differs from that of the industrial processes through which care space comes into being. And in varidictions in the realization of care homes in the market and collective mindset. I'm going to quickly whip through these theory concepts. So first, liminalities. Residents' personal and social lives are characterized by change. For instance, residents often speak of relationships in life formed from a state of unknowing to familiarity through a liminal state of getting to know each other, settling in, or becoming to like something or somebody. And these liminal states are distinguished from the conditions of strangers or kin in their uncertainty and negotiation, as opposed to being clear or normal. And privacy is a prominent concern in the transition through a liminal state, in that much of the development of a relationship between the self and the new socio-spatial context involves unveiling and gradual increases in self-publicity as familiarity builds. Now, when contextualized in a residential care home, a tension between this graduation through space and time in the environment is evident. Personal spaces are absolute and confined to private areas such as bedrooms, whereas common areas are typically centralized and large in scale to accommodate a large proportion of residents at any given moment. Spatial privacy in a residential care home broadly manifests as clean divisions of in or out dualities, personal versus common, permissible versus off limits, and so on, and often neglects to appreciate the importance of this liminal space with the potential to blur the distinctions and support the growth of relationships within that in-between state. And this is evidenced in the repetitive acknowledgement of the all or nothing conditions of being in a busy and exposed common environment, which can be quite daunting, or isolated in a privately allocated quarter. And the space between the two, uninhabited, generally, except for moving between the two conditions, such as in the hallways. And this poses difficulties for personal appropriation and meeting in spaces, as the spatial manifestations of graduated relationships with other residents, care home staff, or visitors are kind of overlooked within this mechanism. And the hard lines between spaces in the home here, they reflect divides in residents' mental mapping. So when talking to residents about areas within the home, there's this kind of divide in it. And it falls on these hard lines where the transition is quite daunting. And closely related to liminalities is the importance of the home to afford flexible modes of occupation. So life outside of residential care is experienced in multiple environments where variations in occupation, mood, recreation, sociability throughout the day, seasons, or throughout life are accommodated. And conversely, life in residential care homes can be quite monotonous, and it reflects the generally static architecture of social life that it facilitates. Residents have fewer environmental choices, and thus problems are posed by inflexible planning that could once have been avoided by a change in location or scenery, now restrict residents' sociability and self-determination. And these restrictions, paradoxically, are often results of kind of design solutions intended to provide a higher degree of independence, which is interesting. So spaces in residential care homes tend to be designed for functional purposes, defined for an optimum or an end state. So the bedroom is designed to support high levels of cognitive deficiency, physical disability, and incontinence, for instance. And these often serve as reminders of residents' incapacitation and eventual complete dependency. Analysis of the data here suggests that the intensity of the relationship between the need for flexible modes of accommodation and spatial configurations is actually greatest in residents' personal space, bedrooms and bathrooms, that is. And the need to accommodate varied forms of occupation is expressed in residents' varying needs for privacy and inclusion, space for different forms of social and recreational occupation, and sensory connections with spaces outside the wall boundaries of the room. Rather than flexibility to accommodate varied patterns of occupation, most resident bedrooms in new and existing residences conformed to the narrow and deep plan form that, yes, provides, that permits a greater number of rooms along a corridor and an external elevation. And further analysis of the data from residents in bedrooms of this typology revealed their limited flexibility and capacity to accommodate varied social spatial configurations. Okay, in addition, participants discussed the close relationship between the physical and social dimensions of accessibility within the home. A resident's sense of belonging and self-determination is framed on a continuum of enablement, of support and constraint of their will and opportunities. Commonly arising socio-spatial configurations pertain to participants' perceptions of freedom and unfreedom in their personal and social lives. And here participants gave insight into how space planning can facilitate feeling shut in or liberated, empowered to engage or demotivated, or an unsettled temporary visitor or settled within the home. And this concept is here explained from the perspectives of freedom of movement, freedom of use, and exposure and self-determination. Nearly there. So in terms of processual discrepancies, participants framed the lived care home as governed by absolute conceptions of social space-time, in which space is framed by material through which social life is enacted. And the suggestion here is that daily life as an experience of fulfillment, connection, and creativity is marginally represented through organizational structures that allocate measurable space-time constraints based on predefined activities, you know, the film room, the common room, the bedroom, the dining area, for instance. Residents socialize are hence designed from a managerial framework in which designated activities relate to spaces within the home and around which residents must move to partake in a designed social life. And this isn't really how life plays out for many of these people. So the absolute social space time frame contrasts with more flexible and collective experiences of daily life outside of care environments. And here participants identified more closely with relational understandings of social space time, in which the space of an interaction is understood through sensory memory and stimulation, proximity, number of persons gathered, changes in the mode of occupation and interaction with things and others. And this space-time is not absolute, but instead a shifting experiential construct. It has fluctuations, it has sudden occurrences, and in which personal perceptions of space are constantly transforming, as are patterns of appropriation and occupation as they evolve. So to contextualize this, a corner becomes kind of Terry's corner. The space where Teresa and Julia met in the mornings is now anticipated and routinely visited, and a repetition and variation in the occasion of the meeting is structural to the relationship between the two. And their interpretation of the relationship is enmeshed within the spaces of meet and interaction. So tensions between the perceived absolute conception of lived residential care space and the relational space of memory and aspiration are embedded in the categories of spatial characteristics that we discussed a moment ago, in which functional spatial allocations are in tension with liminal space, static configurations in tension with the need for spaces of affordancy, and distinct centralized facilities restricting residents' capacity for enablement within the home. And the latter in each case speak of the importance of fluctuation and change against the rigidity. So the final concept is the residential care homes are often their occupants' final residence. I'm going to talk about valedictions here. The occupants' final residence. The rate of reoccupation is higher than most residential circumstances, given the residents' ages and vulnerable state. And residential care homes are thus nearly constantly on the market for new occupants, and common areas are kind of the shop front, advertising to the families of would-be residents and maintaining a standard as promised to the visitors of existing residents. The exchange that underpins the valedictions in the realization of residential care homes relies partly on maintaining outward appeal, in which truths about the quality of living are constructed to appeal to residents, families, and friends. And the competitive nature of this appeal has an equalizing tendency to which all homes must aspire, but which does not necessarily best support residents' personal and social lives. So the necessity for luxuries and individualities, such as ensuite bathrooms, show home style common spaces, are cases where truths of quality living are kind of constructed in direct tension with spaces of personal and social fulfillment. And other forms of varediction create truths that overlook the importance of environmental factors in support of residents' fulfilling social and personal lives, such as technological solutions in response to the difficulties of living with the symptoms of dementia. This is an arena in which most of the relatives, in which care homes advertise their ability to best care for residents, and participants have all, they were mostly conversant in the benefits of things like surface color contrast or TV screens that relay the time of day to residents within the home. Meanwhile, the nature of deep planned rooms, hard lines distinguishing between things, poor daylighting, generally remain unchallenged within those homes. I'm wrapping up. Thanks, Sutton. So the varediction here frames a truth of fulfilling aging that only partially considers the conditions of life as a resident. And it is inferred that residents are transformed, if you like, reductively and selectively within the frame of what is possible in the context of this naturalized typology, rather than understood and accommodated for in a kind of careful and personal manner. One of the threads that I'm trying to untangle at the moment to kind of summarize this and contextualize it in broader theoretical contexts. The theory model describes the production of care space through the reproduction of everyday social life in embodied spatial characteristics, and the realization of the home commodity in the market and collective mindset in the individual, in the processual discrepancies. And these facts, if you like, of social spatial relationships in the home are in cycle with one another, whereby the production of the environment influences reproduction of social life and is guided by varedictions framed against residents' daily lives. So tensions are manifest in this conceptual cycle and residents' lived realities in the form of alienation when residents' needs and wants are translated and misinterpreted in the process, such as in the tensions in spatial ideologies that drive simplistic spatial configurations of complex socio-spatial relationships. Thank you for your time. Yeah, sure. Well, I can answer from over here. Okay, yeah, okay.
Right, can we go back onto the screen? Because I probably think you would.
Yeah, we need to stop share, do we? On this other screen.
Yeah, great. Okay. Right, thank you. Two very information and concept filled presentations there. I think I'd quite like to recognise the fact that we've had a lot of people coming in to watch, and for most talks, we've had a lot of supervisors making the time in their busy schedule to visit. So I'm thinking I might throw the first question over to somebody out there. If anybody wants to ask a question of either Shadab or of Ricky. Alex. Okay, Alex, off you go.
Yeah, I will not ask a question to Shadab.
We can't hear you.
We will discuss later on.
It's turned off because of.
Sorry,
I would like to ask Ricky a question.
There we go. Our audio is off. What did you want to turn them on? Yeah. Can you present from this side?
Yeah, go.
Camera. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, okay. That's fine. No one wants to see me. Ricky, you might. Oh, you can do the talking from there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Alex.
Okay. I would I'd like to ask Ricky a question, a quick one, and I would have another one about the 3D, the virtual reality thing, but I'll ask privately when I see you in the studio. But the question is about the kind of causes or the underlying causes of the shaping and design of these care homes. You know, you have highlighted a few points. You haven't talked about something that I think is probably a very strong correlated factor, which is the business model of the care homes. In other words, you know, probably the care homes are shaped and designed around the way they are supposed to work, in the sense that how many staff they are supposed to, you know, the efficiencies in terms of using a certain number of staff to do a certain number of things, at certain times during the day, and so on. And I was stricken by that comment, that one of the comments you had in the presentation of a member of staff saying to a resident, you can't hang out in here, you have to either go to your room or to the living room, and which obviously underlies the fact that probably they cannot hang out in there because there aren't enough staff to supervise them if they do so. And so, you know, how much do you think, and you know, the business model of those things is actually an underlying cause or an underlying informant of those designs?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Can you hear me all right from here?
Yeah, kind of.
Cool. I'll come a bit closer. Yeah, it's yeah, there's actually, you know, a huge amount of information and I wasn't able to cram into that. I felt like I kind of rattled through it. But this this context does kind of pop up. Particularly one of the people that I interviewed was not only a care support worker but manager for the home, and it's interesting that even at that grounded level, the thing that, let me step back for a second. The thing that I kind of hear when I listen to your question is the efficiency and austerity model which is applied to social and personal care. And it's kind of seen that the home is as it is, and then you have a certain number of carers and they have to do X number of things throughout the day. And the carers on the ground, and even the care managers and the owner of one of the homes, there's very much an understanding that that this is a difficult context to operate in. So as much as there's an amount of pushing back against that austerity toward care provision from the kind of staffing point of view, you can see that austerity and efficiency is also manifesting in the way that these things are being built, that the environments are being constructed. And interestingly, actually, the adapted residents, by definition of kind of inheriting what were effectively two very large homes not together, it had far more greater levels of affordance inside it. And there were lots of instances where people could move around more freely because the points of observation, points of care, were not, peripheral, a nurse's station at the end of a corridor. Instead, they were more central or clustered among different avenues and spaces within the home. So I think that there is a business model, a business model of efficiency and austerity that is kind of driving this. And this is a grounded theory study, so I'm trying to build theory just from the information garnered from the field. But I think that it's present there. It is present in the stuff that the participants have given back to us. But I think in the same way that there should be some pressure back against austere care models, we should also be using studies like this as instruments to push back against this environmental austerity. And the point here being that actually the environment and the care model are not distinct, they're enmeshed with one another. And if we consider the environment as something of enabling people that are kind of imprisoned and for want of a better word, or ghettoized, to live more fulfilling lives, then we can apply the same arguments of anti-austerity here as elsewhere. I hope I'm answering the question. I realize I'm kind of jumping around a little bit.
Okay, we've got a question from Bob in the room here, you think?
Move forward slightly. This is a question for both Ricky and Shadab, and situating the question or questions in the context of culture. With your presentation, Shadab, I know with one of your criteria, it was about people's desire to connect with others and how that underpinned their sense of satisfaction with the use of the transportation. And it reminded me of a study done a number of years ago in Japan, where somebody was looking at changing patterns of community and how the sense of community had been affected by the availability of transport. And more people were working outside of the community they had lived in, whereas historically there had been a much closer correlation between where you worked and where you lived. But as people became more mobile, the sense of community broke down. And it wasn't necessarily, oh, we've all lost our sense of community. There were also people saying, but I've gained these friends. And so wondering in your study whether there's a kind of issue that's emergent here about people's sense of connection and who they're connecting with, either their family or community where they're living, and or with those they're working with, and or for whatever reason interacting with elsewhere. So that's the question for you. And the question for Ricky, again, related to culture and where people are situated. The way you presented your study, fantastic, or really incredibly thorough. But the one question I'm left with is, who are these people? And I know it's difficult to, as you said, kind of say who they are. You can't show pictures and so forth. But I am curious, are we talking about, dare I say, white West Country people in these homes? And because that carries certain connotations, is it a mixed community of white English and white Polish and Iranian and American? Because all of those things may factor in, given that you're talking about privacy as such a key issue. And Americans have a very different sense of privacy than English people, I've found, who have an incredibly different sense of privacy from, say, Portuguese. So does that come into play in any way? So with both of your projects, a lot of nice work, interesting propositions or questions being raised, but I'm wondering how it's framed by the cultural background of the people themselves and how that influences either their sense of satisfaction, quality of life, and or how they're responding to what is a challenging situation.
That's what Julie.
About the cultural differences, I have a framework and I want to work on different factors of the framework, but I cannot focus on all of them. They're broad. I'm preparing a questionnaire and I talked with my supervisors. I had a supervisor meeting last week and they told me that there are lots of questions and you can't ask all of them from people stopping them on a station or when you're going to somewhere and you want to ask all of them. I really like to consider the cultural differences and maybe smart technologies make people not to connect with each other, but maybe people are satisfied with that or they are not satisfied with that. I want to know about that. But I want to learn something from London and other case studies to use in Tehran because the whole of the cities have more improved transportation and smart transportation rather than Tehran. But what I know is there are cultural differences with all the cities. Maybe I can find one solution and I can find some technologies which are implemented in public transportation in London, but they cannot use in public transportation in Tehran because of the cultural differences. I'm working to find these differences that may cause some solutions that can be used there or cannot be used there.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. I think it's really relevant. Just to answer the kind of the bit about where are they first. One of them is West Country, if you like, it's fairly local. One of them is in a very large city and it's much more multicultural. So while one of these homes does have a predominantly kind of Iranian demographic, the other was much more multicultural. And actually, multicultural one was the purpose built to that. And yeah, I think that there are differences in attitudes towards various things. Yeah, privacy probably came across more prominently here in the case of ratting through it. Actually, there's more. It's more than just a question of privacy within the home, but there is this this constant undertone of where is mine and where is everyone else's, and that line between the two is often a site of examination. Something that comes up, reflecting now, and I think it's an interesting study to go back and kind of break this down according to who is from what kind of background, because I haven't done that yet. But I feel like most people that I spoke with or observed this line as quite a hard thing. That even to the point, it's very difficult to find which room is yours, let alone kind of have some sort of space between these two environments. So this line of what is mine and what is yours, I feel like it was present across most conversations, but actually this is not necessarily burrowing into the detail of how privacy manifested in those things. And as I said, these interactions are actually ongoing, so it's perhaps something that can be built into future questions. So I think it's a good point. I think the other thing, just to touch on it very briefly, is that this marketing of homes invariably creates kind of homes of class. People with a certain economic background, the way that care is set up in this country, go to a home and go to a home of a different tier. And unfortunately, the nature of the grounded theory study, as much as it's very good because you get very much into the people's lives, it's also a case of, well, you can't go into every home. And I feel like this isn't necessarily a broad definition of life in residential care homes, but more a kind of starter. This is a thing that's happening here, and there's further work to be done about, okay, how do these concepts translate
to homes of different class, people with different cultures and backgrounds. So it's stuff that I think it's kind of there, and it's trying to be built into the discussion, but yeah, great to be highlighted.
I just quickly add, you should ask pointed out, there's only so much one can do. And I think it would be fair to say, that's interesting, but that's beyond the scope of my study because I'm doing that. So it's just being able to situate things like that and say, look, it's valuable, but in the context of what I do, I focus on these things. And that question is, as you said, for a later study, whatever it may be. But I'm also kind of, for I'd say personal reasons, kind of curious about that domain because I'm familiar with the American context of special care and so forth. But, not in a personal way what the UK experience is like.
It's very hard to have this presentation in any context without it becoming quite personal as well. Everyone has an experience with this. So, yeah, great.
Right, so we are over time, but we don't need to eat. And it's been such a hard job to get everyone here and to keep everything running. So I think we'll have one more question from Ajia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both of you, for the presentations. I thought they were really great. I have a very simple, well, two simple questions for each of you. The first one is, whose work in the field would your research be closest to, if someone was to ask you? And then the second one is, if you were to say right now what's original about what you're doing, what would it be? The first one is the person who's doing research closest to your topic. Who would that be? The person that you're closest to. So if I go to the library and I'm looking up books on smartness, and there's a book on smartness and Tehran, the person next to you in that library catalogue will be on the same subject. And so you are probably referring to their work already. Who might that be?
Well, Shadab saying I think then, methodologically, I think the work sits quite close with his design anthropology work that's been done. Scott is doing nice books on that, lots of case studies in there. Theoretically, it's kind of who, I'm going to get the names wrong because you put me on the spot, but I believe one of the guys' names is, I don't want to say the wrong name because we're being recorded. Yarn somebody that was there's a study very early on in the book around ethnographic methods being applied and then using them in a more exploratory, future-gazing manner in a different design context. So I can definitely give you the name for just a moment. Theoretically, it's kind of hard to hide the more Harvey Foucault side of the influence that's kind of shaped the lens that I'm using, particularly in contextualizing it. So I'm aware that there is a kind of very hesitant to say it, kind of Marxist leaning in the way that I'm interpreting the findings, but I'm comfortable with that. I'm aware that it maybe has certain prejudices with it, and just being aware of those prejudices of trying to frame things in a more balanced way. Now, in terms of what is original about it, I think it's making a really valuable contribution to the current discussion of both not only of how daily life is experienced in a very grounded manner, how this relationship between social and physical space relate to one another, but also there's this really scientific sway at the moment. Everything's kind of swaying in this really heavily toward technological solutionizing in care settings at the moment. And it's contributing to, again, more grounded understandings of actually, hold on, this very mechanistic and behavioral approach perhaps is limited. And these are the reasons why. Here are some stories, here's what's really going on. So kind of Adam's thing earlier, this is what's going on, here's what's really going on if we frame it outside of the gaze of that thing, that dominant lens of discourse.
I wanted just to throw two things at you there. One is to do with methodology, because I think one is methodological. There's a book called Speaking of Buildings, because for a long time when people were doing interviewing type research or oral research, you were always looking outside, usually ethnography. But then it started to embed itself within a spatial discourse in architecture. And I wonder if it might be useful to see if there is a closer positioning that might inform the way you've undertaken and analysed your conversations. And the second one was to do with your defining Harvey as an example. And I was thinking, for me, your research, I wrote down at what point, what are you actually trying to find out? Right. And I wrote down, because I think you're covering an enormous amount of ground, and I started to write down some words that I thought you might be trying to find something out about. So I started to write down belonging, thresholds, liminality, flexibility, free movement. Then I got on to two that I thought were possibly getting closer. Embodied spatial experience, and then the other one was space-time cognition, which was in fact something you kept repeating. And normally, if you were to say, who would be the person upon whose work this is most closely built on, it would probably be around that subject rather than the contextualization of the discourse within the broader framework, which is completely valid to contextualize. But I'm just trying to locate proximity. And those comments really are food for thought around the other comment that if you are focusing on UK care homes, then you probably need to say that very quickly.
Yeah.
And also the history of them within a neoliberal context also needs to probably be positioned fairly quickly in order to frame this quantification, qualification of space analysis, which you're undertaking. But I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
And I was looking for the name, but I couldn't find it. I couldn't remember the name. I'm working on three broad names, three main fields, the transportation and quality of life and smart. And I could find some researcher doing research on each of them, but couldn't find any researcher to work all of them. I could find one PhD student in Scotland who was working, who worked some years ago on public transport and quality of life, and there were no smart in it. But there's some articles and something that I could read and learn from that. But if I want to say that which name that I can mention that the research is near to mine, I couldn't say anything that I could mention someone.
The reason why I wanted to ask you that is because that can easily come up in a rival. You know, because somebody is really wanting to find, and then you usually position yourself in relation to that person. You know, or maybe it's a couple of people, depending on proximity. But essentially, it's important because what they're saying, you're saying something slightly different in that field, and you're arguing and adding to that knowledge. And I think it just would be very useful for you to try and clarify and reflect upon that. And also, my suggestion is you usually have somebody who is making a major contribution to a field. So it might be useful to think about more significantly known researchers, and they can be working in very different ways, but it would just be good to think more about that because that's a really fundamental part of the research. But I appreciate this comment.
do you want to re-ask your second question again, or are we happy to?
I wasn't sure if you wanted to answer my question about original contribution. Okay, so with research at this level, you are essentially looking for somebody to come up with a new approach, a new way of constructing knowledge about this subject. So you might be coming at it from a very particular perspective that offers us a whole new way of understanding it. That thing. It opens up a way to start a whole new discourse. Do you have any thoughts about what your original contribution is in your field of research at this time? Because obviously you have more time to develop it. I think you said you're in your second year?
Yes, I'm in my second year, the first of my second year, and I just passed my RDC again. I think I'm in the first steps, and whenever I go further, I changed my topic 2 times, and I think if I go further, maybe I change it another time, at least another time, and because I really like to know what policies and strategies that I can find, and what technologies that I can find to use in public transport in general in my country that make it smarter and improve the quality of life of people and help them to enjoy commuting. Because when I was living there, I didn't use public transport at all. And if I want to go there and I want to search about this, search about the public transport, I'm like a foreigner there, because I was just going to work and going to home just with my own car, because the public transport were too crowded, not enough stations near everywhere that I want to go, and lots of problems. I know that it has improved in the last 1.5 years that I didn't live there. But at first I wanted to work on just railways, public transport. But I knew that I understood that the whole public transport, even railways or roadways, they are just I would have to see them as a whole, because people use all of them and can't rate just one of them without considering the other parts of them. And I think that at this stage that I'm at, I want to consider the whole modes of public transport of London and Tehran after doing the base study and just going through the case study and just work on strategies and policies and technologies that could be used in public transport of Tehran. Thank you.
Great, thanks everyone, and thanks for the questions. Okay, so we're running a bit late, but it's not going to affect when we reconvene this afternoon. And the first talk this afternoon starts at 13:45. So maybe an idea to come back 5 minutes or so early. So thank you for everyone, and see you all later.
All yours. No, I'll come around. Even though I don't like being trapped, I'll come around. Hello, everybody. Good to see you again. I'm going to give a very brief introduction by actually giving a recap of this morning's events given from my particular perspective sitting at the back of the room. So this is a biased perspective. Take it as you will. Really enjoyed this morning's talks, and I think for me, what came through was 2 things in particular. Notions of work and inquiries being situated, and in being situated, the exposure of dichotomies. And I felt like that was kept coming out across the morning. And by being situated, obviously things being situated in place, drawing on Lefebvre, how can we talk about any of these things without understanding their spatial dimension, but also being situated in particular context, and how those particular contexts add a dimension, whether it's about sociocultural issues, economics, politics, how each of those contexts start to flavor the things that we are working upon. And while we have a particular inquiry set within that context, it becomes very clear that the context becomes such a strong informant of what's happening. And so we can't think about things in an abstract sense, but rather our work has to be situated and it's dependent upon that context. The other aspect that came through very clearly for me was this idea of dichotomies, and felt like that there were a number of challenges that people were exposing, that juxtaposition of competing forces, things getting in the way of what people felt should be implemented, or just exposing just this innate dialectic between differing forces. And so that poses certain questions for our researchers involved here about how they themselves situate their work in the context of those dichotomies, and how they then start to propose a way forward if the nature of their work supposes some sort of solution. And I think with this idea of work being situated and the presence of dichotomies, it makes it very easy then to introduce Zoe and Sally in their work, because I feel that inherent in both of their inquiries is an understanding of the context and the significance of their inquiries situated in very particular landscapes, which very much informs the questions that they've been pursuing and the information that's been revealed. The other aspect, again, dichotomies, is very much present. In Sally's case, it's dichotomies about sociocultural aspirations alongside economic and political challenges. In Zoe's, I think it's a bit more about a challenge that exists in profession of architecture. And while we talk about place all the time, what we see in evidence in the built environment is work that seems to be unsituated, is designed somewhere else and seemingly plopped down. And so her work is arguing for a reaction against that strange dichotomy of people saying they're interested in place, but not actually responding to it, and trying to find a way to be more conversant with and responsive to place. That's my introduction, because you really need to hear from these guys. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Zoe. Thank you very much. Enjoy the talks.
Thank you, Bob. All right, let me just bear with while I get my screens as we want them. So. Absolutely. I should be doing good, because when I practiced this, it was 15 minutes, so I shouldn't be too far off of time. So what do I look at? The screen. Does the cursor look? No. Cool. So as Bob said, thank you for your introduction. The focus of the first part of my talk today will be looking at the kind of the idea of place and how that was a starting point for this research. I will crack on. So this thesis argues for a reconceptualization and extension of place and landscape within my architectural practice, reflecting an understanding of landscape as a spatialization of cultural imaginings and their capacity to engender identity and belonging. The intent of the research and of this talk is not to redefine landscape as such, but rather better understand phenomena that inform a greater connectivity between cognitive and bodily experience, and the environment in turn drawing upon this insight to expand architectural discourse with an anthropologic and phenomenological sense of place. This whole body of research really kind of came about looking for a job post-masters, and finding practices that claim to be doing placemaking and interested in the sense of place. And the way they described it, I felt was a real shortcoming, and it was really falling short to the kind of theory around place that I had been studying during the master's program. The main issues that this thesis pushes back against or feeds into are kind of similar to some of the other talks we've had this morning, specifically Ricky's, was this reductive conception of the human body, or as Deegan and Plasma refer to it as the decorporealization of architecture and relation to the body and place that has been taken for granted. It is in and through the body that space is perceived, lived and produced. The body and place mutually constituting each other through the embodiment and emplacement of cultural beliefs and meaning. Kind of getting into that again, place is a really complex term to define, something I've grappled with for the 3 years of my PhD and kind of before that. From the outset, place is kind of deemed a territory or a portion of space. You say it's a nice place. So what does that mean? It's a character of a small area. Creswell suggested it was a small inhabited space valued by resident population that represents or means something to them. Sense of place gets a bit more complex with ideas of phenomenology and existentialism coming in. And along with that is placelessness, taking into account meaning and experience. These are today key concepts in human geography, which I draw upon a lot in this thesis. And they use the term sense of place to distinguish humanistic approaches from positivist geography, whose principal focus was space. Place seen by positivists as subjectively defined, existential and particular, while space thought to be a slightly more abstract phenomena. Place attachment is the bonding between people and places. Attachment concepts embracing subjective characteristics, but struggle with the intangible qualities of these things, as we've kind of brought about a few times this morning. Place identity looks to the self and physical environment, where personal issues and experiences are considered products of larger political, social, economic realities, influencing our relationships to places. Later, place becomes more fluid and malleable. Attachments not believed to be static. They change in accordance with changes to people, activities, and processes. Even with this range of place themes, Manzo, who is one of my key writers on place that I draw upon, states this still does not fully embrace all dimensions of people's emotional relationships to place. So I would argue moving forward with this research, that's what I'm trying to elaborate upon. So this study examines concepts of place through the lenses of ritual and cultural landscape. For me, cultural landscape theory offers literature focused on human relationships to the land in relation to the wider context. The term has evolved alongside cultural studies, with cultural landscapes being most recently described as culture, the way of life, and landscape as the process. Ritual theory and ritualization offers insight into meaning-making processes at the scale of the mind and body, prioritizing neither. Rooted in the body, ritualization is situational, just as Bob was saying. It produces a differentiation, a way of acting, and can even begin to form sacred places. Adopting Bourdieu's discussion of practice, we can speak of the natural logic of ritual, a logic embodied in the physical movements of the body, thereby lodged beyond the grasp of consciousness and articulation. Present here is the recognition of the role of the body, notably Catherine Bell's ritualized body, playing and enabling the formation of this sensibility to place. So, haven't mentioned it yet, but as you might have grasped from the title, Casting a Line to Place, one of the ways in which I connect to place is through the act of fly fishing, and have been for the last 7 or so years. For fly anglers, the relationship between the act of fishing and being close to nature or being in the world is very present. And many go on to describe it in films, books, poems, all kinds of forms. People try to explain that sensation. Although many still believe it to be pursued solely by the elite Tweed Brigade, fly fishing doesn't have to be expensive or exclusive. At its best, it's adventurous, wild, and nearly free. Recently, in particular, during lockdown, there has been a renewed interest in the sport for a range of reasons. Escapism, meditation, and health benefits, with surfers now comparing fly fishing to the same kind of zen. The building of rods and the tying of tackle has become a natural extension of DIY cultures, and catching your own food a way forward for the farm-to-table movement. Moving forward, what is necessary to clarify is how connecting to the landscape through fly fishing resonates with the making of landscape for me in particular within architectural practice. The use of the word relationship here extends beyond mere contact, but it's a cultivation of a sensibility of and towards the landscape. The methodology within this thesis is designed to investigate three main lines of inquiry: how we think about landscape, how our bodies act in and experience landscape, and how an understanding of both can inform the other, expanding a more nuanced understanding of how we connect to place for a meaningful consideration within architectural practice. This thesis seeks to answer the below three kind of research questions. These have, like Adam's, have evolved. They kind of become more specific as I get more specific with this body of research. So the first one being, how is embodied experience of cultural landscape significant in the formation of our places? How are these relationships made meaningful through ritualization? And then what do narratological methods reveal about how fly anglers experience a deep connection to place? And how does the sharing of fly fishing stories reveal the nature of their connection to place? Can an expanded knowledge of embodied relations to place and wider connections of cultural landscape be developed into an enhanced, more nuanced understanding of how we connect with place for a meaningful landscape consideration within architectural practice more broadly? So, as I mentioned, this research really seeks to understand the relationship, our relationships with landscapes through the exploration of experience itself. This is rooted in the belief that we make sense of our world through experience and we create our own meaning through experience. And in this, I adopt an epistemological stance whereby, a pragmatist epistemological stance, whereby each person's knowledge is considered unique and created by his or her experience. In pushing back against the decorporealization of architecture I mentioned earlier, Bridge puts forward a perspective that John Dewey's pragmatist approach is the most considerate of transactional body relations in connection to space. Guided by the above positioning, this research engages with a group of people who all feel a particular connection to a specific cultural landscape through the same or similar ritualized acts. Although in principle we do the same thing, we do not experience that thing in exactly the same way. We have different bodies, different ways of moving, ways of connecting our thoughts and our actions, and memories that inform how we think and act. There is no one method to investigate the dimensions of experience that we don't usually describe or even attempt to disentangle. I will be looking for meanings embedded within practices beyond what an individual consciously knows. Recognizing this complexity and the plurality of experience, I will draw upon a range of narrative-based qualitative methods for understanding knowledge as situated and ways of knowing as inherently partial. As Haraway states, we each offer a limited perspective. This process gives salience to the idea of researching as an intersubjective meaning-making process. So I can try to disentangle this diagram, but it was very helpful for me a couple months ago in bringing my methods together and recognizing some shortcomings from the narrative methods, which were kind of intersecting in the middle. So it's about this idea that we don't, as I said, we don't experience things in the same way, but there are points of intersection where we can begin to describe them in similar ways. So there's a commonality that maybe brings us together as a collective through storytelling. But in that, I found that a lot of the narratives were more contextual as opposed to the how of the experience. So I was interested in how do we experience this in such a meaningful way? Why are we all trying to understand it better, writing about it, all this? So that's where, I'll just go back to my script, otherwise I'll ramble. Central to this inquiry, and also a starting point, has been a self-examination of my own experience of both fly fishing and of making architecture. This is articulated through autoethnographic writing, filmmaking, mapping, and more recently, microphenomenological self-interviewing. This filmic work has been expanded into collaborative phenomenological films and papers with Linda Ward, fellow researcher and lecturer here at the University of Plymouth. Some of these films will soon be presented at the Bodies of Water Symposium and later at the Avanca International Film Conference in Portugal. Establishing a dialogue between myself as a situated researcher and participants, we undertook a process of co-constructing knowledge around a shared experience, not seeking our individual truths, but a better understanding of the experience itself. Working together with participants, I developed a way of thinking about and making sense of the complexities of the real world through our intersecting experiences and connection to our environment. Positioning myself alongside participants requires a constant level of reflexivity about the research process. This reflexivity looks both inwards at my own identity and outward in relation to my research. When asking participants to invoke deeper phenomenological understandings, reflexive procedures allow for me to be aware and lend my own subjective experience to participants for broader conversations to be had. This is actually one of my participants' mental map. So it was a very undefined term, but in the kind of openness and in the name of this kind of conversation, this was like a flow or a stream of consciousness that she wrote in terms of her experience with fly fishing. So the previous narratological methods have largely acted as a mnemonic device, encouraging participants to recollect and share detailed stories. The narratives touch upon phenomenological descriptions of sensory perceptions and emotions, but very little of the experience, that bit of understanding of place that is hard to work with. As Friedman says, turning these words into a concept that is precise and has some kind of operational meaning. Claire Petit-Mongeon, microphenomenologist and researcher, suggests this is not unusual, as most people are not used to accessing or becoming aware of his or her subjective experience, let alone describing it. A small but increasing number of cognitive science researchers conclude that in order to study cognition, one must enter the subjective dimension as it is lived from the inside, as opposed to from observation on the outside. This insight prompts further investigation into how to access one's subjective experience, a complex task due to the subconscious threshold subjective experience crosses. Petit-Mongeon describes our most immediate and most intimate experience, that which we live here and now, is also the most foreign to us and the most difficult to access. Turning our attention to our consciousness calls for an inner effort, a special kind of training and a specific kind of expertise. I've recently undertaken the microphenomenological interview training and hope to return to participants to discover new realms of their stories yet revealed through their prior narrative methods. The process is initiated through the evocation of a specific memory that is situated in a singular moment of time and space. The memory is explored through two viewpoints, the diachrony, which is the chronologic unfolding of experience, and the synchrony, the deeper levels of description of sensorial qualities and feelings. I've tried to capture it in this diagram and I can explain it later to whoever's interested, but the idea that I have a series of stories from my participants from the narratological process, the idea being some of those stories are similar, such as the first time you caught a trout on a wild stream, and people can remember it remarkably in great detail. They can remember the weather, they can remember how they're feeling, they can remember the sensation on their hands. So the idea being that I'll pick one of those cross or intersecting memories and investigate it at a deeper level. So across the timeline of stories, we'll pick one of those stories, zoom in and intersect, kind of pick it apart and understand it, the how of the experience in more detail. Yet to be done, but excited to try it. So this research recognizes the proposition that we are embodied and experiences are central to our relationship with place. Through the study, I aim to reconsider what place truly means, notably in how we generate a connection to place through our moving, thinking, feeling bodies. And I want to draw upon this insight to expand architectural discourse with an anthropologic and phenomenological sense of place. That is all of my content. This is just kind of some things going on in the next few months, different forms of disseminating research and conferences coming up for anyone that's interested. But thank you very much.
Okay, well done, Zoe. That's really great stuff. So I'm just going to get Sally set up here. Sally's up next. Your presentation is here, isn't it, Sally?
I hope so. You put it on.
We did indeed. Okay. So Sally.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you very much, everybody. Yes, so as mentioned earlier, I handed in last Thursday. So this really is just, I thought I would give a brief overview of my project. I would look at the inspiration, talk a little bit about river dwelling, how the early findings influenced the direction of the research and the strategy, and how I had to locate it in uncharted waters, and then a brief mention of the methods and the findings. So reimagining the vernacular, dwelling at the Thames edge. As a once river dweller, I was invited back in 2014 to a series of lectures and seminars that considered the future of the River Thames, opportunities and threats. This was put on by, at the Old Royal Naval College by architects, the Architectural Review. Ellis Woodman was included, and Phineas Harper, along with urbanists, activist planners, and we were all looking at how we thought we could reimagine the Thames. In amongst that was ideas about new ways of living on water. And the reason that cropped up at that moment in time was there'd been quite a lot of flooding, particularly on the non-tidal Thames, and people were turning their attention to the river itself and what were the opportunities perhaps of living on water. And also it was the emerging housing crisis. So river dwelling was thought about, what were the possibilities? And you can see in those images there, new ideas were coming up with different sorts of houses. Here there was talk of the time, and I can't remember if they got to planning or not, but there was talk of a floating village, etc., etc. So can living on the river provide alternative ways of living in the city that were more equitable and sustainable? So that was the inspiration of the research. So my research itself, like everybody else has discussed this morning, has morphed several times. But my final title was Reimagining the Vernacular, Dwelling at the Thames Edge. My two original case studies, on your left is Tower Bridge Moorings, which is a fairly old, fairly well-established moorings. It's in Bermondsey on the south side of the river. On the north side of the river is Hermitage Community Moorings, and I was involved in that particular mooring. Originally, I was only going to involve these two communities, but in fact, when I started the research, Chelsea Houseboats, which you may or may not have heard of, they are the oldest community on the river, and they're further upstream. A lot of the residents were being threatened with eviction. And that, to me, because of that, I included them in the study as well, because I couldn't quite understand how this oldest river community were, what were their problems, what were the issues. So for those of you who don't know anything about living afloat, and given the majority of people don't live afloat, although some 30,000 do in the UK, I thought I'd just quickly write down some or put down some reasons why people choose to. Economic factors, particularly in London, unable to afford any other form of city dwelling. All things are relative, but usually it is cheaper than living on land. A sense of community, being part of a river community that can provide a sense of residing in an old-fashioned neighbourhood, that came up time and time again. Of course, well, perhaps not of course, but passion for old boats and the DIY nature of life aboard is pretty essential. And what came out of the research is, for many people, they like the idea of taking a space. There's no building regs on a boat, so you can do what you like inside. You obviously, you're restrained by the envelope of the boat, but inside entirely up to you. Engagement with the riverscape. For a lot of people, it's that idea of living in something wild. It's sort of in the country, the riverscape within the city centre, interest in wildlife. That was quite a pull as well. And last but not least, but the ability to fashion a life.
Sorry, your slides are apparently not visible on the Zoom.
What?
Someone's just said your slides are not showing up on Zoom.
Yep. Are we okay now?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. So the ability to fashion a life according to individual preferences, well, I've just talked about that in terms of the boat, but also the notion of flexibility and the freedom just to slip your rope and wander and sail off down the river. In reality, though, that didn't happen very often because most people are working. If they're living in the city. And just to be clear at this point, the picture on the left, I'm talking about ex-working cargo boats. There are different types. You can have canal boats, you can have floating houses, but I'm talking specifically about repurposed boats. Okay. So along the Thames, there are actually 24 moorings. And what distinguishes them against other types of floating existences is that they all have to be attached to the edge. You cannot just pitch up and moor up anywhere. A license needs to be issued from the Port of London Authority. They usually issue it to the mooring rather than the individual, but they are the main body that manages the tidal Thames. There are different forms of ownership. So there's community ones, there's private ones. And yes, so those are the main ones along the Thames, and they run from, it's the tidal Thames from Teddington down to Wapping. A couple of issues that have cropped up over the years is, although the boats are homes, they're not legally dwellings because they are chattels. And so therefore problems have related to the security of tenure and actual unlegal and lack of legal protection. So because a boat is not legally a property, people who live on the Thames do not have any protection, if anything, if people want to evict them. I'll come back to that in a minute. And affordability is now a big issue. So the early findings, when I started looking at Chelsea houseboats and the moorings, and I was looking at the tensions there, I then tracked these tensions back, and actually I managed to map the tensions between the early 1970s until the present day. And to my mind, that was quite extraordinary. How come these issues are still relevant 50 years later? Okay, never mind. So basically here, what I have done is I was starting the middle bit. I'm sorry, something seems to be wrong with the presentation. Anyway, so we can actually track the first record of somebody living on the mooring, on a mooring is 1937 in Richmond. Then after the war, a few more people started moving onto the water because of the housing shortage. And what they were doing is they were taking boats and mooring up along old industrial sites. They were just creeping in. It was an informal existence. They didn't necessarily have to have permission. They were just there. And at that time, in terms of the water's edge, there were piers, wharves, maritime empire. It was still very much a working river in those early days. By the 1980s, we began to see a change in terms of on the water's edge. Oh, sorry. So by the 1980s, the maritime empire had disappeared. Containerization had taken over. And so what we began to see was the last docks were closed. And in 1981 to 1998, we began to see the emergence of Canary Wharf and regeneration along the banks of the Thames. What begins to happen now is that there is a relationship between what is going on land and what is beginning to happen to river dwellers. So, although by 2000 there are some 20-odd communities that have been established, what I found fairly early on was most of these communities at some stage or other had been in conflict with the authorities. And the key point to note from that was that in fact, it was to do with the relationship of the transformation on land. As land began to accrue a value, river dwellers were perceived to be a nuisance in different ways, and those different ways have changed over time. So that correlation between the threat of eviction for river dwellers, and it was mainly by developers as well as local authorities, and the development along the riverbank, that had been, as I said, that had been trackable back until for 50 years. But what was interesting about this is, despite the precarious nature of dwelling on the Thames, in 2017, the Canals and River Trust were tasked with producing the first ever mooring strategy for London. And the reason being is demand had increased fivefold in a very short period of time. So that became the research problem or purpose, if you like. It was looking at that contradiction. If it was such a precarious way of living, why were people choosing to move on to the river? So I chose a case study approach. It was the phenomenon was looking at examining the evolution of river dwelling, theoretical perspectives, Henry Lefebvre's right to the city, and the production of space. So what I was actually looking at underneath all of this was alternative ways of living in the city. originally it was locating the research in uncharted waters. From an academic perspective, nobody really looked at anybody living on the water, not from a Western perspective anyway. There was slight mention from a non-Western perspective in the Encyclopedia of Vernacular Architecture, which in 1997, various traditional modes of living on houseboats in Asia had been mentioned. Nothing in Europe at all. And then there was one line about residential moorings in the States, of people using it as a cheap way of living. So, but that provided my way in. So I looked at the theory, I looked at vernacular architecture, and I focused in on things of the ordinary and the everyday. And also there were three scholars in the field. So it was Adams and McMurray, Hayden and Kuzno who looked at power relations. So where people, place and power intersected. So that because of the problems on the river, that idea of the vernacular is most productive when it engages with struggles of the present. And implicit in this understanding is the agency of people in producing their own environment. So that drew me to critical urban theory, because critical urban theory is about the exposure of problems. It's about the politics of space and the right to the city. And I'm not talking here about individual rights. I'm talking about a collective right to be part of the processes of urbanization. So in terms of mixed qualitative methods, fieldwork interviews, I interviewed both boat owners and along with a range of organisations that had an interest in the river. So I wasn't just interested in what the river dwellers wanted to say, although it was obviously from their perspective. I actually wanted to understand a range of organisations and what their involvement was and how they had seen the river change over time. Architectural documentation, that refers to looking at the boats, how they were converted, etc., etc. Archival research, I looked into the Port of London archives, Docklands Museum, media articles, etc. Policy documents, which was quite interesting because originally when I started, there were very few that had any reference to boats. By the time I've finished, it's now not taken for granted, but there is a notion that people should have the right to live on the river if they want to. And rephotography, was a very useful way of looking at the transformation along the banks of the river. I just want to go back a little bit and just talk about situating it in vernacular architecture and critical urban theory. So by interpreting the vernacular within a set of power relations, it's been possible to evaluate the ways in which river dwelling has been socially produced and reproduced. The right to the city was chosen because it represents the power and agency of ordinary people and expresses an idea that citizens have the collective right to inhabit, use and appropriate space. In other words, to produce and use space according to their needs, wants and desires. Whilst Paul Oliver, he's a prominent vernacular architecture scholar, is not advocating any form of rights, his definition of vernacular chimes with the ideas of producing space to meet with the needs of a specific group. In this way, the right to the city has been used to aid the interpretation of the vernacular by examining the extent to which river dwellers create and build dwellings and appropriate the physical environment of the river to suit their own cultural needs. Critical concepts have been employed throughout the thesis. They have accounted for and measured the different ways in which resistance by inhabitants and politics are part of the struggle and the dual nature of everyday life on the river. So those critical concepts include appropriation, social movements, participation, self-management, exchange and use value. The importance of different aspects of daily life afloat, the material form, community life, tacit maritime knowledge and legal issues have been considered in relation to the ways in which inhabitants periodically appropriate space under the conditions of neoliberalism. Throughout, the study has demonstrated that the appropriation of space as a means of resistance has manifested itself in multiple forms. The detailed case studies contribute new insight into how active urbanism has manifested itself at the water's edge in response to the processes of urbanization. So in terms of interpretation and analysis, are you, oh, okay, thank you. Sorry. What was interesting about the study was, although I looked at those different aspects, as I've just talked about in terms of right to the city, it didn't actually explain the consistent nature of why these conflicts persisted over time. So in order to analyse that, I adapted Lefebvre's, and from Leary Owen as well, there's Lefebvre's spatial triad. And I used it as a research tool to identify the dialectical nature of the relationships that existed between the lived experience of river dwellers and the wider processes of urbanization. In his theorizations on the production of space, Henry Lefebvre sought to establish a conceptual triad to explain a complex set of spatial relationships and interactions between three different dimensions of space. And here I will have the dimensions of space at the water's edge. So that's people, power and place, how they intersect at the water's edge. These relations, however, are not static. The study has shown that they are dynamic and change over time. Significantly, this thesis has revealed that the relationship between river dwellers and those in authority has shifted through time, directly in line with the transformations that have taken place on land. The relationship began to change as the built environment along the water's edge became the focus of urban regeneration. The river itself also became inculcated into these power relations as its function evolved from a working through to a neglected, polluted space to its contemporary multifunctional use, focusing on the critical role that power relations can play in the production of space. This I have used in terms of interpreted in terms of analysing the different relationships and why they existed for so long. Finally, I put my key research questions at the end because in terms of the contribution, in terms of the findings were related to the various questions. So very quickly, how and why repurposed boats became an alternative form of city dwelling. So the key finding, reimagining the river, an alternative space to live in the city. So here I looked at the historical reasons for the emergence of this form of dwelling. The questions, what are the forms and moments of resistance used by river dwellers to challenge the dominant economic and political powers? And how are contemporary urban demands changing the role of the river? The key finding, the water's edge is a contested site in an in-depth investigation into the struggles encountered by river dwellings and how these change over time. And questions, how can local communities influence the narrative to provide new urban and social opportunities within a riverine context? Because I'm an optimist, I had assumed at the beginning that there would be ways and there would be lots of different ideas. In fact, there was an unexpected outcome. It was to do with reappropriation, loss and decline. And what came out of it was actually problems of gentrification, river dwelling. Gentrification has now moved across from the land onto the water, and affordability has become such a problem that actually those on ordinary incomes can no longer afford to live on the Thames. So the dominant, whilst it started off as something that was just in the nooks and crannies of the river, it has now been taken over by the dominant neoliberal praxis. And so to finish, so original contribution, a view from the water to the land, an examination of the phenomena of repurposed boats as a contemporary form of vernacular architecture has revealed the changing role of the river and its relationship with the neoliberal built environment along the banks of the river. What I haven't put in there is this also intersected with the problems of the crisis of living in the city at this moment in time, and what we have along the banks of the Thames is luxury development. And of course that problem of luxury development exacerbates or exemplifies, if you like, one of the key problems of living in the city. So whilst the hope at the beginning was that river dwelling might provide a new opportunity, it's now become part of the problem. And I just want to end with a quote by Amy Sharrock, who's an artist who deals with water. How we treat water is a measure of our civilization. Thank you.
Okay, question. Bob's got his hand up straight away, so we'll just jump straight into it. Bob?
Right. Thank you for both of the talks, enjoyed very much. And it's very fortunate you left that quote up there because then I don't have to try and remember it. I like it. How we treat water as a measure of our civilization. I think that for me, that quote's pertinent to both of the talks that have just been presented, both Sally's and Zoe's. And I think each of you are asking questions about our conceptualization and use, valuing of the water. And I think the thing about rivers, as Adam was very clearly pointing out earlier today, is we kind of take them for granted. You know, and while we often talk about, in this country, you hear people talk about the landscape and valuing it, and same thing in the States, because of the Sierra Club and others. Sometimes lost in all of this is an understanding of the river or the seas. And while there can be concerns about pollution or rising sea levels, we don't necessarily think about them as a living space or what it means for our living. So two perceptions on this, maybe not so much questions, but maybe something you can respond to. I don't know if you have mentioned to you before, or if you read New York 2140 by Kim Stanley Robinson. Read it. I think you would enjoy it. It's New York in 2140, and it's become like Venice because of global sea rise. And it's a novel that's really focused on what's called the intertidal. And it's, while it follows 8 characters, it's really about social, economic, cultural, political forces and how they interact in that zone and the competing demands on them. And I think for me, what the book is calling for in the end is a need to rethink our relationship to these things. And what was once taken for granted has been represented to us because of rising sea levels and what the edge between land and water might mean in our lives. And I think in a perhaps related way with Zoe's, I think she's asking us to rethink our relationship to the land and notably to the water. And I know, being part of her supervisory team, one of the questions we were both asking very early on is, how can a city like Plymouth, which is in effect surrounded on 3 sides by water, be so disconnected to the water? And how can people living here have such a disconnect to the presence of the Plym and Tamar rivers, and to a degree the Sound? And there's that kind of apocalyptic kind of quote about, 17% of people in Plymouth haven't even been to the water. Nobody can track down where it came from, but everybody refers to it.
I think that's a very interesting point, Bob, because I can't remember the statistics, but it's exactly the same issue in London. And but back to that original photograph that I showed you of those 2 moorings, we worked with a local school that was about 300 yards in, and the majority of those children did not know anything about the river. But our project was to engage them. So it is an extraordinary point, particularly. I think what's really interesting as a maritime nation, I mean, I don't like it, but when I started out on this research, I expected to go down some sort of maritime heritage route. But actually, as a nation, if you look at it, and just drifting down the Thames, apart from Greenwich, we've got rid of our maritime history. And these boats, some of them, these historic boats, the one purpose behind it is if they weren't lived in, they would be gone. So I think that's interesting about, I think it relates to what you're saying about people and their connection with the city. That might be changing though, in terms of health and people beginning to see these open spaces. So,
and I think what you're saying at the end about Zoe's work in particular, the connection to health and being aware that this is vital to our existence. And
that didn't exist at the beginning of the PhD, which is really interesting. So it's in the life of the PhD that changed.
I understand, but I really recommend reading, both of you reading the book. I don't know if Zoe has, but Kim Stanley Stanley Robinson just makes the argument that, look, we're connected to the water. We are, 98% water. So much of what we, 1/10 of the world's population lives literally on the oceans, not to mention, how many live on rivers. And his argument is, our lives are fundamentally connected to the water, and we need to recognize that, whether it's about economics, politics, well-being, and I think what's interesting is your discussion side by side with Adam's, that, depressingly, but as I was correctly saying, we just kind of disregard it.
I'm not as cynical as Adam. I know rivers do exist because I've lived on them.
His point's valid. And they say we're a maritime nation. People just really don't connect. Anyway, it's not really a question, but enjoy the talks. And again, I think this quote's good.
Sorry? Should we stop screen sharing? I don't know if anybody else wants to ask a question. We can't see.
I saw there's two hands up, and I have one as well.
One's Gia, one's me, one's Adam. So we'll go Gia, Adam, and then I'll ask a question. I'll just stop sharing for a moment.
Sana's got her hand up now too.
What Sana does too.
Let me go, not go then, fine. Because the time I won't ask my question. Oh my God. Okay, Gia.
Well, mine isn't so much. I thoroughly enjoyed the. Hang on, I'm on mute.
Oh no, I can't.
I'll put this on because I'll get the back.
I'll turn it off here. It's fine.
Okay. So thank you very much for the presentation, and I'm sorry I missed your recording.
Can I just say one thing? If you're speaking in the room, if you can shout, because we absolutely cannot hear anything here. Now we can't hear anything.
Fine. The main. Oh no. Okay, sorry. If I had my mic on, then we were echoing, but Ricky's just sorted it out. So apologies for that. Thank you very much, Sally. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Apologies, Zoe, I missed yours, but I look forward to seeing it later in the recording. Sally, the thing that I think is so fantastic about your research is the bit at the end, which is your unexpected conclusion about the gentrification issue and the idea of living on the water and the way in which it itself has become something which has suffered from gentrification. And it was making me think of two things. One is a post-COVID scenario in which we have a more split or unequal economy of people who have access to money and those who haven't, and whether or not that, accompanied with the knowledge that we have rising sea levels and that we have a condition of having to think about living on the water much more. And I know you're at the end of your research in your PhD, but I wondered if at the end of it, you could set out another research project in that terrain, if that was of interest to you, because I think there's enormous importance in thinking about that work and the possibilities of analysing and understanding that in future projects beyond this.
Well, it's interesting you to say that.
Oh, okay.
So very briefly,
We can't hear you guys. We can't hear anything.
Okay, let's try that.
Yes.
How's that?
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay, I try and speak here. So, yeah, so sorry. In the encyclopedia, it just talks about living on water from this traditional life pattern. And I have proposed that, I challenge that. I said, this isn't, it's not necessarily appropriate in this particular, in the 21st century. And in challenging, I came up with the suggestion that we took Jeremy tells alternative ways of doing architecture, and I propose that we looked at alternative methods of waterborne living, and in response to various problems and issues. And I suggested that one of the ways of doing this would be tracking different types of waterborne living, different ways of doing it, to look at it, look back at the past and look at a sustainable future. So that is a potential project, because I think it is probably quite pertinent. And I think that idea of looking at alternative waterborne practices, whether it's the material form or the practices themselves, could be very valid. The other thing which is beginning to emerge is to do with access. And I'm having 2 conversations at the moment about access to water, but more from a cultural perspective. So, for example, in 2019, on the Thames, an organisation called Coastal Thames, along with the Port of London Authority, came up with a cultural strategy for the River Thames so that more people could access it. We're looking at doing that in the West Country. There's also another possibility of looking at urban swimming. So there's a PhD that postdoc has just been announced in Paris, which I can't go for, unfortunately. But with the river authorities and architects and social scientists, they're looking at urban swimming. And because in COVID, more people have been taken to the rivers, etc., they're looking at how this could be moved into policy, perhaps. And so I'm looking at that because the Port of London Authority has been very anti people swimming in the river, but there is a huge movement to try and get people in onto the water. So there are ways of doing it. But I think in terms of, yes, thank you for the question. Sorry, I went on a bit too long. Did you hear me, Sana?
That's good. I think Sana's next. Sana's hand was up next.
Yeah, I was really thank you both and everyone else who I could manage today. The question is really to the way that you both have approached your methods, and I'm really interested to see how did it differ given the viewpoint. So Sally, you looked at the river. Well, you looked at the city from the river, so you sat in the river looking at the city. And I'm kind of wondering, Zoe, how did fly fishing work in the way of the approach that you looked at the city? Is it in the same way? Did it happen reciprocal in that way?
I think, well, Sally and I, we both kind of discussed it together. That's probably why we're paired together in terms of methods. We both at different times found ourselves situated in the water. For me, it was the very starting point. And then I kind of triangulated that by speaking to 8 other anglers. But yeah, I think for me, it was, I started from my perspective and then thought, is there something more to this? And then Cindy, I remember we had a discussion from a talk last year where it was called Ourselves the Water. And you go, actually, I realized that I grew up with this perspective. Do you remember? Yeah. Maybe explain that.
Did we answer your question, Sana?
I was more kind of hitting towards what did this do to the research rather than to you. So did the viewpoint of approaching the river in different perspectives changed the parameters, the ways that you were viewing the work in terms of your methods?
I think the methods were adapted to being on water. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, this is what I meant. I meant how which one got compromised over the other, or how did it influence the other?
Okay, yeah, okay, I've got it. Yes. So in terms of being on the water, it was quite crucial. So the first thing I had to do was, or I think actually this is what Zoe was referring to. It has been part of me for a long time. It's how you read the water's edge from being on the water. Because most discussions in the arts and humanities about the edge are looking out. And even discussions about river, they're looking out from the land to the water. So the first thing, and the reason for the rephotography was actually those projects, wonderful stories, which I can't go into now, but they were about looking at that part of the Thames from being actually on the river. And so all those methods were, yes, so they started from that point, and it was about reading, how do you read the built environment from being on the water. And from my perspective, it started off many years ago from sailing. You have to be able to read the land as you're coming in, as you're sailing in.
Yeah, I think from thinking about that, I think again, starting because I started with my own like autoethnography, I recognised that that was so rooted in my life world or all of my kind of prior experiences that I recognised I had to come up with methods that didn't funnel people down the same channel. So I had to kind of have lots of methods to hand, like ethnographic type methods like film, photography, getting people to bring things that were significant to them about their experience and use them as starting points rather than bring forward my own way of understanding it, which is really, really rooted in architecture, mapping, spatialization, models, all this stuff. So for me, it was about being really open and flexible. And when participants were asking for more parameters to what they were expected to achieve, I wouldn't give it to them. So they just had to come up with something. So for instance, one of them brought forward, he built me a website, which I was completely not expecting because it wasn't in my realm of the way I understand my relationship with the river, but that's how he wanted to share his experience. Similarly, other ones just wrote, I shared the stream of consciousness, which is like a writing, like a poem if you read it in such a way. And then other people brought forward like cartoons, like illustration cartoons. So it was really unique. And to me, that the process by which people shared their experiences with me said just as much about them as our common ground of fly fishing. It was actually more about them as a person coming into fly fishing.
Okay, I had a question. It was more aimed at Sally, I'm afraid. Sorry, Zoe, it's nothing particular. I know that you're an optimist, and you said that you're an optimist toward the end there. And one of your questions to me was quite optimistic. It was, how can local communities influence the narrative to provide new urban social opportunities? I'm paraphrasing a bit there. When you were talking prior to that, you were talking about precarity and ownership, and I kind of inferred a kind of colonization of the water from its previous dwellers. And it feels like what you were saying was that private property rights kind of whitewash other cultures on the water's edge. So I'm wondering if you found any glimmers of hope or any positives in your optimism about how local communities can influence this narrative.
Well, in reality, no. But I would be the first one to be out there trying to find a way. So one of the articles that I started in Albany was a chap by somebody called Philip Finch, and he was trying to disrupt the neoliberal discussion of the Thames, and he picked out 4 examples. So archaeology along the Thames, the steps, access, and he mentioned houseboats. And I was really with him, and I thought absolutely there is a way to disrupt this neoliberal argument. But this PhD has told me I don't think there is at the moment. I mean, I think we've really got to fight back, you know, and the issues of access. I don't know how you fight back. I mean, not so long ago, there was a massive article about the railway arches. You know, they've been commodified. Adam's talking about, you know, every aspect of nature's commodified. So I think my hope came with COVID, actually. And in terms of London and the issues of living in London and the problem and seeing rents begin to tumble, perhaps, you know, it's that disjuncture, it's that disruption of the system. My own belief, personally, is the only way these things are going to change if there's a massive disruption of the system. And COVID may be the beginning of that. But then I see articles in the Western world of the news about, oh, house prices have risen, isn't that marvellous? Anyway, so no, Ricky, I don't. But on saying that, I did give a presentation to Suffolk Council 3 months ago, and they are talking about democratising the river and the rights to the river, and they're looking at making this council policy. What that means in reality, I'm not quite sure. So there are glimpses. We have to remain hopeful. And you know, there are activists out there. They are working. We have to remain positive. And go on.
Do we have time, or do we?
Yeah, we have a minute. Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
thanks,
very quickly
Sally.
then, really. So the word came up in both of your talks, and it does follow on from what you just said. I think, you know, as PhD students, we read all these fusty Lefebvre's and McLaren Leafs and phenomenologists, etc. The world out there is much more interested in intersectionality, which is the future generation's concern, really. So my question really is,
because you both use that word, it's an attention towards those who are marginalised. Do you think there's a place for thought around intersectionality as a way of answering that concern moving forward, or dealing with the conflicts, or the fact that people do or don't join up? So that's for both of you. And it maybe is a tough one to answer. It's a bit of that clear.
I don't know if it needs an answer. I think it's interesting. I think that it's similar to what you were saying at the end or the beginning of yours, of where the interest lies in these intersections, and because it's not clear from the outside, from before research, without getting fully into it, just as you are revealing the real truths. The real truths are those intersections, and that's how you can maybe start to make action, because you actually know what's happening where these points come together. Who are those people coming together? Who are those people? Where are they coming together? That's where you kind of start to literally like pinpoint an action point.
I can't think of anyone.
No, that's fine. We'll probably need a moment anyway.
The young need to think about.
Great stuff. Well done, guys. Thank you. So I'm going to pause recording now.
In collaboration with Tatiana Schneider and Nishad Awan, when they were all in the Sheffield School of Architecture. The project culminated in a book, website, and various articles focused on gathering numerous examples of how to use architectural intelligence beyond the production of objects, and in particular in terms of social and political agency. The project was awarded the 2011, I don't know what's wrong with the dates with me today, RIBA President's Award for Outstanding University-Based Research, making Professor Till the only person to have received this internationally important award 3 times so far. His best-known book, Architecture Depends, was widely reviewed and praised by the Times Higher as, I quote, a brave, enjoyable, affirming, and important book, end quote. Till has written numerous articles which are collected together on his own website, if you want to have a look. His most recent research concerns issues of scarcity and creativity in the built environment, funded by HERA, which is the Humanities in the European Research Area. And I love this comment on his Wikipedia article that states, and I quote, "It has been commented that his privileged Eton and Cambridge background is at odds with his later left-wing political views." This leads us nicely to the topic of his talk today, titled Architectural Research in the Face of Climate, Racial and Social Justice. Please join me in welcoming Professor Till. Professor Till, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. This unbrave new world is, the nice thing about Plymouth is you have time to decompress on a train. You got there, you're actually in a different headspace, whereas this is just crazy. You know, I've been in a budget meeting and then a meeting about what we're going to say to the 4th richest man in the world to give him more money, and it's just, and then a sort of thing about health and safety because our students have just been clambering over the building and blah blah blah, and now I'm giving a talk to you lovely people. So if I'm somewhat sort of hyper, it's because I haven't decompressed, and I apologize for that. So I'm going to start with a piece of writing that I did a long time ago when I stood in Sheffield. It's a piece of writing, and this is not false modesty, by the way, and I'm not trying to sort of say, oh gosh, everyone else says it's brilliant, but I don't think it is. But it's a piece of writing which I did very quickly for a very particular purpose, which I won't go into, but for some reason has been picked up as one of my most widely published pieces of writing. And it's been translated into Spanish and French and blah, blah, blah. In Spain, it's massive. Go to Spain, people, if I give keynotes in Spain, it's like a kind of reverent audience sort of waiting to hear my net pearls of wisdom. And then it was also published on, is it called Art Daily, I think, which is like the kind of American version of Dazine. So you think, oh my, where it sort of said, well, this seminal piece of writing. And and as I say, it's not my favorite piece of writing, but it is about research. And since it's a PhD, and I thought I'd talk about it in relation to architectural research. So I will go through very quickly, and then I'll say why I don't think it's very good, because I've moved on from it. And I think that it's sort of a bit, it takes everyone down a rabbit hole, which I think we're out of, which I'll get to towards the end. So the paper, it's on my website if you want to see it. And I have written a new introduction for the French translation, which sort of sets into context. But if you haven't read it, I'll very quickly go through it. And if you have read it, then imagine going to a concert and, you know, it's not, rather than listening to an album, you're seeing someone live and you get a slightly different kind of take on your favorite songs, as it were. So the paper is called 3 Myths and 1 Model. I think the myths are okay, the model is not. So myth number 1 is that architecture is just architecture. And this is in relation to research, by the way, by architectural research. So myth number 1 is that architecture is so special that it does not fit into the paradigms or expectations of the academy, that it runs on its own trolley, and that actually the academy is in some way a obstruction to the way that trolley goes. And one can see that in particular schools of architecture historically, that if any of you were at the MAC when Izzy and Andy were running it, Izzy Metzstein and Andy McMillan were running it, you know, they were pretty straightforward that the MAC was a space set apart from the academy, that it had its own set of values, its methodologies, and we didn't want those systems of rigor and scrutiny and academic expectations applied to us. Now, part of that then is an avoidance of research as the academy demanded. And this is where a problem arose, particularly within architecture schools in the late 60s and in the 70s, when the Martin Centre at Cambridge actually had to try to claim architecture back into the academy. There were other people trying to get it out of the academy. And what happens within that then is a set of mythologies grow up about what is the motivation and what are the kind of the primary motors of architecture. And one of the mythologies that grows up around that is the mythology of the lone genius hero figure, in which you don't need to describe your actions, because if you describe them, then that in some way pricks the beauty of genius. The beauty of genius is that you don't describe it, that, you know, we don't ask Mozart how he wrote it. He's just a genius. He isn't, by the way. My brother's book on Mozart, for example, will show that Mozart is firmly embedded in his cultural horizons. But the mythology, which of architecture as just architecture, is exactly that, of this kind of mysterious discipline which just emerges, that co-op Himmelblau shutting their eyes and doing a drawing, and then it becomes a or whatever. And part of that, therefore, means that it can't be researched. How can you research something which is based on mythology of genius? The other problem of it, which I write about much more in Architecture Depends, is that because it has no apparent need for external scrutiny, it has no apparent need for externality of any sort at all. It doesn't need to describe itself, except unto itself, is that architecture then is simply seen as some kind of remote and autonomous and separated discipline. And in that doesn't need to take account of the external world. And that is completely unacceptable in my book, particularly as I get towards the end, in the face of the existential crisis of the climate emergency. So that is myth number 1. Myth number 2 is almost operates in opposition to myth number 1, which is, if myth number 1 is architecture is just architecture, myth number 2 is architecture is not architecture. i.e., to find its place within the academy, what architecture does is to stretch itself out on a on a long, wide spectrum from the humanities to the sciences, and this is a very Enlightenment model, which is, as I explained, a problem, and then legitimates itself by recourse to particular discipline along that spectrum. So, I mean, the classic example actually is my time at Sheffield, in which we presented to the ref Sheffield in 3 disciplines. We had an art and science bit, and that was Peter Tregenza, fantastic work, on lighting, Steve Sharples on sustainability, and Roger Pank on, and that was scientific. We used the scientific method to legitimate it. At the other end, we had the humanities, and we had Peter Blunder-Jones in particular, and he was using the paradigm of humanities research to do his work, although being Peter, it had a very particular flavor. And in the middle, we had kind of social sciences with Brian Lawson and his work. And what then happens, or the danger of that model, well, then something else came along, Sarah and I came along and introduced the problematic bit, which I'll talk about a bit later, which is practice-based research. Now, the problematic thing about architecture is not architecture, is that you begin to describe architecture through other lenses which are not architectural. They're not necessarily spatial. And I suppose one can see that most of all within extreme versions in the 80s of, let's say, post-structuralist discourse being applied to architecture, in which, having been on the panel, a ref panel, let's just say there is some excruciating writing coming out of that. Bad Deleuze, bad Baudrillard, bad whatever, in which people are playing post-structuralist discourse just about talking about architecture, but actually just doing really bad philosophy. And I say that as someone who was so appalled by what was going on that I had the need to go and do a philosophy degree, even when I was a professor. And I went pretty hardcore philosophy. So I went to Middlesex, as Peter Osborne and Jonathan Ray and that lot, the great motor of continental philosophy in the UK, because I was just so frustrated about bad philosophy being applied to architecture. So in that example, it's bad philosophy and therefore it's bad architectural research as well, but it's still being played out. So the issue with that is it gets what architecture as a discipline and as a practice has its own particularity, but not so particular it can't be part of the academy. And of course, within any architecture school, you will still get a tension between these two myths being played out at the same time. So you will get a bunch of practitioners teaching studio who think the researchers are just kind of sort of dilettante, people with PhDs who don't really understand practice. And you get the dilettante PhDs looking at practitioners saying, well, you've got no rigor to your work. So that you actually get these two mythologies playing out at the same time. The third myth, which I think is now actually we have got over, thank God. But when I was writing it in 2007, we hadn't. Apart from the very, very early stages of practice-based research, which I could talk about, is that building a building is research. And this is particularly refers back to the beginning of REF or the RAE process, in which architecture had to be scrutinized through the external peer review processes. And what happened in the very early stages before REF 2008 was that famous architects who were employed by schools of architecture would basically put in pictures of their building and say, well, our IBA award, here's a picture of it, and here's the article of it in the Architects Journal. Please give it a 5-star rating, 4-star rating, whatever it was at the time. And then we're very disappointed when they didn't, i.e. that they were taking the argument, which is quite a simple argument, which is embedded in buildings. Knowledge is embedded in buildings. That is true, it is. Architects have knowledge, which they will display through the production of buildings. Every building is new, And therefore, a building is the production of new knowledge, and that is definition of research. However, that definition fails because there's no scrutiny of the production of that knowledge. It can't be replicated, nor can it be in any way disseminated in a manner which is transferable, apart from kind of superficial discussions of aesthetics or whatever. And so that didn't stack up either. I think what has come along, and maybe I can talk about that, is actually the rise of practice-led research. So that in RA 2008, which was the first time that we were trying to get practice taken seriously, a group of us in the Westminster and Sheffield got together and sort of didn't stitch it up, but at least decided about how we might present practice as a form of research using very, very conventional, I think rightly conventional systems of research analysis. So what was the research question? What was the research context? What was the research method? And what was the research output? And what was the research dissemination? And I think that practice-led research, get back to practice-led research right at the end as a form, I think, of restitution, I think now has been taken much more seriously. The Bartlett in Ref 2014 were generous enough to put all their portfolios on public display, and so you could actually see how they did that. And at UAL, you know, one of the reasons run ragged as I'm Pro Vice Chancellor of Research, and as many people, we got an extension for our ref submission. I think our ref submission had 174 portfolios in it of practice-based research, not just architecture, obviously, I mean, across the patch. No, in fact, no architecture at all, maybe, I don't know, in which, you know, that critical mass of practice-based research with someone like Tom, the CSM, framed through the portfolios, I think is a really important thing, because that means that we are not abiding by any or falling for any of the myths. We're not falling for myths which architecture is only architecture, therefore we can't be subjected to scrutiny. We're not falling for number two, architecture is not architecture, because we are describing architectural practice, but in research terms. And we're not falling for myth number three, building a building is research, because we're describing practice in a different manner. At the end of pricking all the myths, then I came up with a new model, which I now think is not very good, actually, not very good at all. And I would, if I could, I would just delete that bit off the article, but that's not the way that scholarly activity works. Obviously, you're not allowed to self-censor. I do on my website mark myself, though, which people think is really self. I don't think I think academics often don't have a very good sense of irony, I don't think. And therefore they think when I'm self-marking myself, I'm taking myself very seriously. In fact, I'm taking myself not very seriously. And I don't think I give this thing a very good mark. Anyway, I said, instead of seeing architecture as fixed around the object, we should see it as a temporal thing. And we should look at the processes of architecture, the products of architecture, and the uses of architecture, which is actually a model which I took from Brian Lawson at the time. Now I think they're not very good, because these are very Enlightenment models of thinking, that the processes are to do with how do you make the processes more efficient, or how do you understand them in certain ways, can be commodified in certain manners, which is what's happened in architectural culture, and performance again can be seen as a kind of a thing of how do you make things better and more progressive. So although I quite like the kind of the feedback loop, that in order that good research into performance might then feed back the loop of a better understanding and playing out of processes, which may then inform better forms of products, which can then blah, blah, blah. I quite like the feedback loop of that, but I think that the general terms of processes, product and performance are terms of the modern project, which is what I now want to come on to, which is where, and they also, I use the word product there, and this is before Tatiana and I wrote Spatial Agency. spatial agency doesn't talk about product at all, or objects. It talks about a completely expanded field of spatial understanding. So I kind of moved away from the second half of I think cracking the myths is okay. I think the second half is less good. So I think that what I want to do for the final bit then is to think about ways in which we might reframe architectural research, or actually, frankly, research full stop. And I'm just going to summarize the new project I'm working on with Tatiana, because it's very relevant. So if the previous terminologies that I've looked at, and I will argue also that the terminologies of knowledge, which are in PhDs in the ref, are very much the terminologies of the modern project, of the Enlightenment project. Our argument is very simply that the modern project is going to be completely threatened, if not extinguished, by climate emergency. That the tenets of the modern project are completely blown apart by emergency. And this is why it's called architecture after architecture. So the argument very quickly is, I'll explain why climate emergency blows away the tenets of the modern project. But the argument very quickly is that if the emergency presents an existential threat to the modern project, and if architecture has been bound to, as we know it, has been bound to the modern project, including postmodernism, by the way. Postmodernism is just an accelerated version of modernism. If architecture has been bound to the modern project in terms of its values, in terms of its symbolization of the modern project, in terms of being a handmaiden of the modern project, then architecture is also, as we know it, completely threatened, and I would say redundant, in the face of the climate emergency. And therefore, what is architecture after architecture? So that's the question of the research project. We only started on the 12th of April, and I got fantastic postdocs. I mean, just brilliant. So this is actually the last time I'm going to be presenting as an individual, because we've said any time we present the project from now on, we're presenting as a collective, which is called MOLD, which we will be launching soon, because I'm also trying to get away from the symbolization of a project with either me or Tatiana as the kind of intellectual hero figures, given the brilliance of these postdocs. So I don't know what the answer is yet, but watch this space. The reason that climate emergency kills off the modern project is that if the modern project is defined through systems of progress, growth, of order, and of reason, then how can we ever talk about progress in the same terms when we see what the ravages of climate emergency on the ruins of the planet? How can we ever talk about growth when growth is bound to systems of extraction, which in terms have produced the climate emergency? And as Isabel Stengers says, in the future, will growth be seen as a criminal act? How can we ever talk about order when order of the modern project is an ordering system of exclusion, and that the climate emergency will have to bring us all together, global south, global north together, and which the climate emergency is incredible force of disruption in which all notions of order are thrown quite literally to the winds? And how can we ever talk of the notion of reason if it's exactly the application of the enlightened model of reason, called search for truth, which has in many ways been the creation of the climate emergency in terms of the modern project, in terms of the kind of searching for endless progress, endless betterment, and the use of reason for that. And you cannot solve the climate emergency as a problem, which would be a method of doing it, through reason, because it is not something which is soluble. We cannot solve it. We can't We can't solve it through the use of technology. That's absolutely clear. And anyone who says you can is sort of telling a lie. So all we can do is try to make sense of it, but in all its disruptions. And that means that we actually need new forms of knowledge, which is now what I want to get on with. So in terms of where knowledge might be going, it would have to be a knowledge which is completely separated from the terminologies and the values and the methods and the systems of the Enlightenment project, because those knowledges are not going to be able to address the complexity and intersectionalities of climate emergency in relation to climate justice, intersecting with racial justice, intersecting with social justice. The toolkit of the Enlightenment doesn't allow us to do that. And therefore we need to look at new ways of thinking and acting in the world, which are disruptive from the Enlightenment model. So we can't talk about the truth anymore. We can't talk about a search or the playing out of systemic models of reason, or systemic models of systematic models of analysis. We can't talk about progressive knowledge in the way that progressive knowledge is tied into the values of the Enlightenment. And we can't ever talk about the solidity of the Enlightenment project, the supposed, all that solid melts into there. We've already got coming from Marshall Berman, but now we're much more beyond that. The idea of what Bauman talks about, liquid modernity, even that is probably has been vaporized into something much more volatile as a set of conditions in which we're working. And if we're working in these volatile conditions, then we need a completely different set of knowledges and epistemologies and ways of thinking in order to cope with that. And the book one of the things we're doing on this project is, because I've got no time to read because I've got a day job as well. Oh God, don't anyone from the HRC here. I'm doing lots of reading. I'm dedicating all my time to this. Well, I'm not. I'm dedicating actually exactly what I put on the piece of paper, which is 0.15 of my time. So one of the things that we're doing, which is quite nice, is that I'm asking Anthony and Becca, my stocks, to do podcasts and for me each week, so to say, this is what we've been reading. And actually what's coming out of that is exactly what I'm talking about, because the podcasts are about provision, shared, generous forms of knowledge. And the book that one thing we are going to actually collectively, the five of us, is to do proper kind of book clubs around a few seminal texts. And the first one that we're doing is de Sousa Santos's End of the Cognitive Empire, which he looks at I think it's a bit too much about the binary of global south and global north, but nonetheless is a really important book. And he looks at the forms of knowledge and epistemologies that come out of the global south, that come out of vernacular understandings, which come out of discursiveness, which come out of non-expert forms of knowledge and the welcoming of the non-expert, which apply what he calls warm reason, which is, so he's not getting rid of reason altogether, he's getting rid of the cold reason of the Enlightenment and replacing it with the warm reason of empathy, of emotion, of human bonding. Importantly, in relation to the climate emergency, he talks about notions of an extractivist knowledge. And the extractivist knowledge is a colonialist knowledge in which you go to a place, you extract both the commodity from the place, the East India Company extracting the wealth of India, but yet at the same time, you're also appropriating and extracting the forms of knowledge which are suitable for your own purpose, but leaving behind stuff which isn't. And so forth. And so this suggests different forms of thinking about things and therefore researching things which are more fluid, which are shared, which are contingent, which are open-ended. And therefore it's a redescription, I suppose, of how the academy can accommodate those. The academy can't accommodate it in its current format, and it particularly can't accommodate it with its current systems of scrutiny. Look at peer review. I know Ijay has written with Suzanne an article about peer review, which I agree with a lot of it. Peer review is a disgusting form of analysis, because all it does is create the status quo. It's an absolutely classic form of the execution of power. The lack of generosity we've all been exposed to, the sense that all that a peer review is just make it slightly more like mine and I'll let it through the gate. The sense of hierarchy within peer review, all of these, they're ungenerous, as the article talks about, in terms of their patriarchal systems and so on and so forth. And yet peer review, we've just submitted everything to a ref panel because our whole life depends on it, in the way that the ref, of course, has, through the peer review system, not only perpetuated the status quo, i.e. it is set up so that the already rich get more money, but money is the key to it. It is also commodified knowledge in the manner that people become traded on the football transfer scene of staff transfers, slightly shut down in this ref, that articles and books assume a financial value, so on and so forth. But the main thing about the current system of the scrutiny of research, it is against all these words I used before in terms of the open generosity and the fluid nature and the non-extractivist nature, which De Souza Santos talks about, is that they're miserable, actually. And because they perpetuate the status quo, it means that you can't actually make the leaps of generosity and imagination that I think are needed in the face of the climate emergency and in terms of racial justice. Because what we're seeing is a sense of the potential shutting down of the academy through its processes of late enlightenment, just at the time when the academy needs to be opened up. And I think that we need to accept our own provisionality in terms of our knowledge. We need to and sort of just be open and transparent about our own vulnerability. I don't know everything. Which is why I've formed a collective, because a collective can actually in a way be more kind of sort of hopeless, I think. It doesn't need to, I don't need to assert myself. I mean, frankly, I don't need it anymore anyway. I mean, I'm in a very, very lucky position that I didn't prove myself. I know that sounds arrogant. I'm not saying it because of what I've done before. It's because I kind of in the twilight of my career, to some extent, of my sort of professional career. I'm going to keep thinking, but I may not keep on being a pro-vice chancellor for the rest of my life. Now, if I use these words such as provisional, such as generous, such as fluid, I do recognise this really puts a spanner in the work of the expectations of a PhD, in which a PhD, particularly in the UK, is essentially 3 years of having two people who you know looking over your shoulder. Your examiners are always present in everything that you do. The need to legitimize, the need to scrutinize, and the need to back up every assertion and all that kind of stuff is actually very much a model of the environment. When I'm saying, actually, we need different ways of thinking to deal with the climate emergency and the issues of racial justice, because the issues of climate emergency and racial justice demand, I think, the imagination. They need speculation. They demand a shared version of knowledge, because we're not going to be able to solve it use that question, that term as a group of academics. It has to be a shared collective societal project, because it's a project about systemic change. And therefore, how does a PhD fit into that? And I would argue that there is one way it fits in rather beautifully, which is to return to the idea of practice-based research. Because the practice-based research, when it's done well, is open-ended. It doesn't know where it's going. That is the nature of practice is that it has either iteration or speculation or projective or whatever built in, when at best, built into it. And therefore the use of a kind of practice-led form of inquiry in its relational aspects, you know, design is always relational. Well, I think it is now. It wasn't when it was first talked about by the so-called design theorists who took design and turned it into theory, which became something which wasn't design. But when you think about design as a relational thing, as a contingent activity, as something in which you don't know, you're not looking for truth, but you're looking for making sense of a context, then the notion of practice-led research as a paradigm for a kind of post-enlightenment form of knowledge, I think is useful. And what I think, just to end up with then, is to think about what, well, I'll just tell you what we're doing within this project is we presented it, and I was amazed we got the money because we sort of took no hostage, we sort of just went for it and just said, this is what we want to do. And we talked about we talked about not knowing where the hell we were going by using speculative research, research which is about, first of all, scenario building, and then working from the scenarios backwards in what some people call the loop system, in order then to discover what we might be doing now in terms of practice. And so I suppose what I'm arguing for and how it sits within a seminar like I don't know, I'd like to hear what you think, is this kind of post-enlightenment forms of production, dissemination, and scrutiny. Let's get rid of scrutiny because it's not very generous. Forms of knowledge. That's it. Probably a bit long.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. This been very enlightening, but in a shared way, let's say. I'd like to open it now to the floor if anyone wants to ask a question. Any questions for Jeremy? Because I can't see. Ricky, you are muted. If there is, I can see quite a lot of arms going up.
Zoe's controlling the
Okay, good, excellent. So that we can hear you guys as well as whoever is interested in asking a question.
Thanks, Simon.
I can start to just kind of get things going to begin with. So just going back at this shared collective, which I'm quite interested in. How do you think the way in which architecture in academia is going to be seeing this new form of engagement?
Well, if I said I don't really care, that sounds arrogant, but in a strange way, I mean, when Ricky first invited me, I said, well, you're going to get a kind of intemperate thing. I am really worried about the potential irrelevance of the academy in the face of these intersectional crises. I really worry that in, I mean, the thing I put on, why don't I put this up actually? I would try to share my screen. How do I do that? I've never done it on Zoom. Does it actually share the full screen?
There is a button at the bottom of the, can you see the bottom bar of the...
what happens if I just want to put one file up?
Yeah, so basically click on share.
File, okay.
Yeah.
And
then double click on that file if you're on a Mac.
Yeah, the trouble is it's not looking at my Mac.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter, but it was this quite funny thing I just saw in my Twitter feed today, which look on my Twitter feed and you'll see this is 16 different versions of the climate emergency, of architectural writing, and right down in the corner it said this is a real emergency. Have a look on my Twitter feed, because if someone can get it off my Twitter feed,
I can get
and
you.
then post it, because it's more amusing than me.
Okay, yeah. So is that the one about architectural research?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you could share that, because it's more amusing than looking at me.
Yeah, I will do that.
But what I'm saying is that I think I do really worry that what the ref does, thank you, what the ref does is in a way play into all of Fred's stereotypes there. Deleuze is still cool. There will be articles about Deleuze and architecture coming out in the ref. There will be things about the Western canon of beauty, etc., etc. And what I really like about this as a cartoon is the bottom right-hand corner, where the top, those ones there, the planet is dying, like literally, and then right when he says, no, really, the planet is dying. Yeah. And so he's in a way, in a single cartoon, making the point that I've tried to make anyway, which is the planet really is dying. And it is. We are in the state of the sixth extinction. You can't avoid that. Therefore, what can we all do about that in terms of our own work? Now, you may say that this is actually could be seen in some ways as quite a conservative argument. We shouldn't be doing architectural history. We shouldn't be reading Deleuze or whatever. I am interested exactly in the history of architecture in relation to, let's say, the history of climate control, so that we can learn exactly from the mistakes. So I've forgotten his name, but he's at Penn, just written a book exactly about that. So I'm not discounting that, but I probably will get a bit frustrated about another article on a arts and crafts library in Kent, as it were.
Fair enough. Bob, you have a hand up.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you very well.
Right.
You're muted, Bob.
I'll talk louder.
Oh, okay. Adam is talking now. Right. Shout, Adam.
Shall I come up and stand right by the microphone?
No,
so I was quite taken by your comment about assessment of PhDs being impossible. Strange. I remember I went to the graduate school once and said, can I do my field work with somebody else? And they said, no, because we can't assess that. So, but whenever you always work in teams. You never really know, and this is, I'm picking up what you said there, you never really know where you're going. You don't know what you're doing. It's only really in the very extreme forms of project management, like kind of rapid software development, that you know where you're going. Mostly you kind of start a project and hope you'll get somewhere. And this PhD thing is quite hard. But I'm going to extend your this is my question now, which is that if you do open up to shared, imaginative and generative forms of knowledge, you're handing over your authority, I suppose. And how far do you go in accommodating various forms of populism?
I think those are two different things. So let's just talk about the first one. The point about handing over authority is important. Yes, you are handing over your authority when authority is bound to power. And so the old Foucault equation of knowledge equals power is something which I think has been rightly, not Foucault uses as a form of critique. I think it's a worthy form of critique, i.e. that the execution of power through the execution of knowledge is something which I think can actually take on kind of unethical horizons. And therefore one has to be aware of the equation of knowledge equals power. At the same time, and this gets back to the work I did on architecture and participation, one shouldn't throw away one's knowledge. There's a fantastic quote from Gillian Rose, a philosopher, who for some reason got involved in community architecture. And she's very critical of the hardcore community architects. So hardcore community architects who would just be saying, okay, the community knows everything. I'm just here to draw. You give me all the ideas and I'll draw it for you. What she says about that is a quote which I remember. I don't remember things very well. Is that the architect is demoted, but the people do not accede to power. Either it's a lose-lose, because the architect is not allowed to kind of display or use or share their knowledge, because that seemed to be an act of power. The embedded knowledge, spatial knowledge and awareness of the architect is not brought to the table. So then everyone loses. So it's a question of yeah, you might lose your authority in the old-fashioned sense of the word, but you shouldn't use your ability to share knowledge. But equally, as part of that, you shouldn't lose your ability to accept knowledge, which is why I disagree with the second half of your question, which suggests that populism is somehow a degraded form of knowledge. Now, vernacular knowledge is different from populism, but the knowledge of somebody may not be codified, it may not be examined, but it is often experienced, which is why it's so problematic in relation to that, let's say, the appalling Sewell report on race, is that it just, well, not only did it cherry pick, this happens, doesn't it? I just need to go, sorry, I'll be back. Think about it. How do I mute?
At the door, is it?
I think the phone.
So not only was actually its execution of knowledge completely partial and therefore failed, but what everyone is saying is that every person of color does not my embedded experience knowledge of being Black. And therefore, I think that one needs to accept all forms of knowledge as part of the construction of new forms of action. And therefore, I would push back on populism as potentially a kind of diminished form of knowledge. Sorry, that's made more difficult with our telephone call, but there you go.
Okay, Bob?
And Zoe, are you going to mute there? Okay, is there an echo? Yep, there is. Got it? Good, well done. Hi, Jeremy. Thank you for the talk, very enjoyable. 2 questions and or comments. Is this in effect a critique of Western philosophy, whether we call it Cartesian, Enlightenment, modern, axial, positivist, essentialist, colonialist, take your attribute, but is it a critique of Western philosophy and a turn towards global South and or Asian thought and models of praxis and discourse, and also with the way and where we situate ourselves? And further to that, is this about a rethinking of the academy whose roots lie in monastic schools? And is this in effect a time to reconsider that model and what the university is, and draw, for example, here upon Adrian Rich's comments or suggestion of a university without walls or variations thereof?
Yes and yes, I suppose it is, yeah. Yeah, in as much as the Western philosophy is really tied to the systems of the Enlightenment and of the modern project generally, though clearly there are other, but they're often, particularly in the UK, they're pretty difficult to get through. There are obviously other philosophical schools which would be a critique of Western philosophy. yes, it is that. Whether it encounters the philosophy of the East, I don't know, because I don't know enough about. I am more interested not so much in framing it as a philosophical project, but as an epistemological project, in as much as it then looks at different forms of knowledge rather than a kind of higher execution of different forms of thinking. But in the general sense of the answer generally is yes. Yeah, and in terms of what it means to the academy, yeah, I think it's, I haven't read that book and I've heard about it. Yeah, absolutely. It calls upon us to look beyond ourselves. It calls on us, you know, in the old-fashioned term, public intellectuals. It calls on us to be accessible, both, you know, personally, but also in terms of our discourses. And I shouldn't even use a discourse example. In the way that we about things, the way that we describe things, the way that the languages that we use. We need to be desperately self-critical of ourselves, because otherwise we will become irrelevant. Genuinely believe that. Genuinely. And we can't afford, I mean, on the hope I have, and I have to have hope, because otherwise I shouldn't be head of one of the world's great art schools. If I was a pessimist, I just shouldn't be doing it. But the hope I have is not, frankly, among us, but is among the next generation. Because what the next generation do, and what my students at St. Martin is almost by default, they look at the world and they're appalled by it and they want to change it. They are desperately uncomfortable by what they see, whether it's in terms of race, identity, sexual identity, gender identity, climate. They just are furious, and rightly so. I mean, the destruction that my generation has kind of enacted on the planet, and that this next generation is going to have to pick up, means that they are both furious, but they are also want to do something. And that kind of sense of personal and sometimes collective agency of being able to engage is much more powerful, I'm afraid to say, than what's going to be, you know, given a 4-star in the next ref in a article which is referring to somebody on the ref panel who therefore thinks it's absolutely great. I've been there.
Bob, does that satisfy your 2 questions? Okay. There's a question from the room, but I don't know who it is.
It's me.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Jeremy. Thank you.
Hi.
Talk. Good to see you. I was thinking about your talking about working with Tatiana with a group of people. And it's been kind of something that I've been thinking about lately, because being part of SCOSA and attending the meetings, and the idea that SCOSA should have, so the heads of schools of architecture should have an offshoot group. And I was thinking about the problem that we have in our different universities of actually being set up to compete with one another. I mean, we might work collaboratively on bids, or we might work together with people, but in fact, we're doing it for our own university. And I was thinking about the power that we could potentially have to make quite significant changes to the way we're developing curriculum, we're, you know, moving in any way that we wish to look upon things, through a collective lens. And when I suggested that we might work together as universities on it, there was real resistance to the idea of collective agency. And I was wondering whether or not you think, in the same way that we can look at the small scale of collaborative teams working together on things in a really egalitarian way, whether or not there's some way that universities can work together in a more egalitarian way, collectively, with the more powerful and the less powerful working together, to enact some kind of change to affect the academy. Because I wonder in my own mind whether or not it's this isolationist competitive model that we're working in that is problematic to us actually getting any gravitas.
I think that's, you know, you've answered your own, haven't you? I mean, and it's how depressing, yeah. But you're right, and I think that it just reinforces my point. Yeah, everyone's making the same point, so there's nothing original about it, but about the financialization of higher education, which was, you know, a very clear political project by the Tories, dating back quite a long time, in which, yeah, yous were a competitor, so that, yeah, we are asked to be competitors, and therefore the idea of collaboration is not top of the agenda. And I think that it's funny being a big beast like St. Martin's, in which we are such a big beast in the field that we probably aren't generous enough about a kind of shared collective endeavor. And I will take that back as a challenge to myself in terms of not architecture, but us as an institution, because we are working, we speak on a kind of, we got lots of global networks, but all the global networks are kind of quite similar in sense of another elite institution, as it were. And I think you're right that again, the hope that I see, if you look, I mean, the people I just want to hug, is that we're not allowed to hug everybody, are the new collectives of people like ACAN. I mean, Architects Climate Action Network, in space of a year, have done more for climate than the RIBA has done in 20 years. This is a completely unfunded voluntary collective. What Letty did, which is the London Environmental, whatever they're called, in terms of the response to the government consultation on Part L, or whatever it was, the building regs. So if you don't know this is really important. So there was the government put out to consultation the new proposed building regs on thermal insulation, in which, surprise, surprise, have been written by their biggest donors, i.e. the construction industry, house builders, in which they were basically allowing or suggesting that it would be possible to build stuff which would actually use more carbon than before, because you're then allowed to offset it, or you're then allowed to have some spurious spreadsheet in the background to allow you to do that. And Letty and ACAN between them got together over 3,000 people to respond to that consultation. Before, the RIBA got 5 people, yeah? Those 3,000 submissions changed the building regs. So I think that the power of the collective is clearly the way forward. How the power of the collective works at the level of the academy is much more challenging, except to support our students. So to support the Anthropocene architecture set up in, to support Praxis set up in Manchester, to support the version of ACAN set up in wherever it is, to give our students the agency to act collectively is one way. I would hope we'd be able to do it at a peer level as well, but I slightly share your despair on that one, but I would think about it.
It's not despair, I think it's an opportunity, but I just don't think we're necessarily thinking about it.
Yeah.
In some ways it would be a resistance to the way in which rep is assessed. People are obstructed in their progression in the university, the way certain kinds of research is privileged over others. It would be a way for us to react to a system in which we're actually just complicit.
Yep.
And I do think that might be the next kind of territory of potential change.
I agree, but SCOES is probably not the place to do it.
No, it's not, and nobody was,
I mean, I don't know about you, but I always came away and just needed.
Phil, he was the only one that thought, and yeah, a couple of others, but not many.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there something in the chat?
Yeah, it was Bob. I think he had a comment after Jay's, but I was going to first see if there are any other questions from anyone else.
Stop me in my tracks.
I think I've known you for a long time. I can do that now. Who would like to ask a question before I hand it over back to Bob? Well, it seems no one, Bob, so the floor is yours. We can't hear you, Bob. You're muted.
Sorry about that. No, just in the comments added in the chat, mentioned your old colleague, Ruth Morrow, and she and others and I were talking about doing some sort of exchange and trying to do that more in relation to teaching. And yeah, just met a lot of resistance, you know, and I think things have improved a bit, but it was really frustrating. And I find it interesting in the context of COVID, it's become easier. You mentioned global networks, and certainly here and probably Central St. Martin's and other schools, it's been so easy now to connect up with others and finding a real enthusiasm with partners overseas to develop these sort of linkages, to do things jointly through projects, reviews, whatever it may be. And I think, as both you and Jay are just saying, it's sad that we can't do it on our own shores.
Well, there's that group which James Brown.
That was it, really.
Yeah. There's that group that James Brown and Hannah Vowles, I think, what's it called?
Charette.
And then the Architects Educational Network or whatever. That was a sort of bottom-up grassroots collaborative thing. That seemed to be quite, when I went to their conference, that seemed quite shared, quite generous, actually non-competitive. But that coming from the top, that was coming from a group of younger academics.
Any more questions? I think, oh, is that a question from Ricky? Is that you coming in for a question?
Well, trying to, yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to string together a few different trains of thought on what's being discussed. And I don't know if it will make sense, so forgive me if this is a bit fluffy. Bring it back to kind of architecture as architecture. I'm interested in this idea that the modern project is kind of threatened or extinguished, given the crisis that we face at the moment. I think that has a real optimism embedded in it, which is very admirable. And it challenges me a little bit, because I have a slightly less optimistic view at times when I look at what we do as practitioners. And to me, the modern project kind of transforms the problems into things that work within its own instruments. I mean, we've spoken today about restoration project trading, carbon trading. You just mentioned that, in fact, in the part L thing that was actually halted. We're talking earlier about the commodification of care, or even the kind of research outputs that have a kind of competitive value. And this it seems like whenever there's a thing that comes along that says, hold on, this is incompatible with the system, this modern situation kind of transforms that into something which is complicit or which is applicable through its own instruments. And I'm wondering how this sits with the practice of an architect. So coming back to kind of the research that we do as architects as something that you know, can hopefully inform practice in a more general sense, rather than just in an individualistic kind of or an individual close-knit research project sense. As architectural practice generally, how do we, as the handmaidens of that modernism, exist? Because this is ultimately what we need to transform, right? Is an architecture which is the handmaiden, but at the same time, we can't expect people just to stop working. And so instead, what we tend to see is the transformation of problems into kind of commodified solutions. So yeah, again, apologies that that's like a bunch of threads kind of loosely tied together, but I'm interested to know if you have any examples or recommendations for practice based on your experience.
Well, I think it's a really important question, and doing a big keynote in Australia to the conference of small practices, and they would inevitably ask me that as well. I mean, Tatiana and I and Mould and Becca and Christina and Anthony, we're not naive enough to think we're going to stop practice in its tracks. And spatial agency was never there to sort of, although it started off as a critique of conventional practice, ended up as a much more optimistic project about alternative forms of practice. And clearly there needs to be a line of practice which is taking really seriously issues of carbon and doesn't greenwash, and is called out if it does greenwash, and doesn't pull down buildings but retrofits them, and does move towards carbon neutral, carbon positive stuff. Of course, all of that should go on, but the project is not about that. And there should be an absolute imperative that if you are building objects in the frame of let's say the modern project, that those objects need to be as touch the earth as lightly as possible, is probably the easiest way to say it, in all aspects. And I think that the therefore of just from in the next 5 years or something is going to be oriented towards that. What we're thinking about, and I don't know, and I'm not trying to avoid the question, because as I said, we have literally just started the project. So there are two parts of the project. The first is to do a kind of spatial agency 2.0, which goes out into the world and looks at radical practices dealing with the climate emergency in the here and now, in which at all scales, it would be much project spatial agency, in order that we can then look at and analyze what people are doing already and then scale it up and lever it up as hints to doing that. And the other part of the project is this thing, it sounds a bit sort of, maybe it does sound a bit too much like it's generated in the academy, which is why we need to always be held to account. But it is this idea that what we're going to do is do scenarios about what if. And the what if is based around a book in particular, which I'm obsessed by Amitav Ghosh, called The Great Derangement, which he says the crisis of climate is a crisis of culture and therefore a crisis of the imagination. And therefore what he's arguing, he's arguing for his fellow novelists for being too self-absorbed, and he's particularly against Nausgaard, writing interminable 6-volume things about himself endlessly. That kind of, and he's asking for the imagination to be projected. And therefore what we're doing is we're basically saying the climate emergency demands a complete recalibration of societal relationships, of economic relationships, of ideas of growth, and so on and so forth. Those will be accompanied inevitably by systemic changes in spatial relationships. If you're Lefebvrean like I am, i.e. that relationships are tied to social relations, and social relationships need to be systemically reoriented based on the climate emergency in terms of how do we exchange, what are the economic systems, how do we travel, etc., etc. And therefore, practice might find a space in the reorientation of those. This is the ambitious and speculative and optimistic version of the project, that spatial thinking, which is what architects at best can do, could be applied to these new forms. And then you work backwards to what it might actually mean in the here and now. So I think it's a two thing. There's an immediate thing. Yeah, you get bloody serious about it. Sarah was rung up yesterday by Will Hurst from the Architects Journal, who I'd love because I think he's become a proper campaigning journalist. And he got the Garden Bridge stopped. He's now on to retrofit. And he rang up and said, have you heard that the Serpentine, chief curator Hans Ulbrich, who says that everything we now are going to be doing at the Serpentine is absolutely embedded in ecology. For the Serpentine Pavilion, life 2 months, they've just poured 95 tons of concrete into the ground. What do you think of that? Sarah didn't think very much of it, actually, but so, you know, we've got to be calling people out. I have what Akin did in relation to calling out Norman Foster's pathetic greenwashing of airports, and then Foster putting away from climate declares. We've got to keep on doing that. I think that is our responsibility, actually, in order that we can actually take seriously the move towards zero carbon well, 2050 is too late, frankly.
Is there any more? Are there any more questions? Just kind of ended on a very good point, positive point, looking out and always calling people out. I like that. Okay, I think this kind of finishes the event. Thank you very much, Jeremy Till. This has been wonderful, and thank you for your time with us today.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for inviting me.
You can open your mics to get the claps. We keep having muted claps and keep telling people we're muted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take care. Good luck with it all.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Bye-bye.